쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해. 자충을 쳐봐. 한도 믿어 날 때까지. 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래 승리 완명해. The weight of the both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해. 자충을 쳐봐. 한도 믿어 날 때까지. 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 한도 믿어 날 때까지. 세계 운명. 해가 더 높이 날아올라. 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해. 자충을 쳐봐. 한도 믿어 날 때까지. 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 한도 믿어 날 때까지. 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망. 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러. Oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해. 자충을 쳐봐. 한도 믿어 날 때까지. 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지는 면 stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 분명한 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마, 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계우면 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of the world The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 한도 믿어 나래까지 세계 운명
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who?
We can focus on to the text here because there's no more sustain. Now the feed is filled with versus throw. The bears they're feasting. The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch me? He goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Hello guys and welcome back. The stage resets but the pressure it only builds. It's day 7 of Ignite and here on out we've got ourselves a show, the lower bracket finals. They plan to deliver fireworks. From this on, it's win or go home, and let me tell you guys, for these teams, every moment could define their legacy or at the very least their seeding for the all-important playoffs or just a bunch of money. I'm Cozy, your guest today, joined by the always brilliant Vicky.
I mean, it's never a dull moment casting alongside you, Cozy. And today, the pressure is on. You know what they say. Diamonds are made under pressure, so we've made it even more competitive to this part of the Ignite tournament. It's looking fantastic. I cannot wait to go through the action.
Absolutely. And guys, we only have 2 matches today, but things are going to be changing a little bit. They're best of 5, Vicky, not best of 3, and that definitely changes some things. We've seen teams get very close to getting things together after that first match loss, but after that it's kind of tough. In best of 3, best of 5 changes the story.
I definitely agree. It gives a lot of an opportunity to make the comeback, figure some things out, maybe not go for the same bans in our advanced tournament ban system here. As we take a look at the action that we have for us today, it's 2 series, but best of 5 action means that we could go the distance.
Yeah, we're witnessing the birth of something special, guys. Rival Esports in today's lineup, it proves that we have one team once hailed as the best in NA, now fighting to redeem themselves after a stunning upper bracket fall and FlyQuest from the first round defeat to full-blown redemption arc. And then there's the rematch of Nemesis, Shroud X, probably the craziest clash in the tournament so far. So it's bound to be crazy. And I love it because each team has a different journey up to this point, Vicky.
Yeah, it's crazy to also see just the run back potential that we've had from FlyQuest. Let's not forget how many more matches that they've had to play, considering they lost that first series earlier on last week. Now to make it into that lower bracket finals, though, just one series away to sit there in the grand finals. But then you have to go through the Goliath that is Envy.
Yeah, you know, we talked about Group A, Group B. This is where Group A, it all collapses. And we kind of thought this is what the story was going to be. 100 Thieves versus Envy. 100 Thieves did win that one. Envy now coming on down, and they've got FlyQuest. You've got all these top-tier teams going up against each other. And I talked about Legacy. That's important to these teams, but the seeding going into playoffs, super important as well. But my gosh, the prize pool. Let's talk about what they're going to walk away with if they win today and moving forward into the grand finals here. Vicky, first place, $70,000.
Sheesh, with a $250,000 total prize pool too. Of course, you want to also be able to find yourselves in the money. As you can see, $70,000. I mean, Cozy, that's a lot of money. And to be as good as you are with your hobby in Marvel Rivals, making this a career for yourself, that's what this is all about.
Yeah, things are just getting started. This was the group stage, guys, and I've got to say in highlight, we broke some records viewership-wise for the channel here on Rivals, and all the hype is already here for lower bracket and for the group stage, but the playoffs, everything increases, the pressure, the legacy, and also, as we've highlighted, the money that these teams are going to walk away with as they continue to work at it and go against each other. Now, if you guys don't know, we are in the old build today, so the new and improved Thor, if you guys are out there climbing the competitive ladder with him, he's not going to be seen here today. But let's take a look, Vicky, at how we got here. The brackets of A, of B. Walk me through bracket A, or Group A here.
Here for Group A, of course, we got to see the story of Envy winning in a very tight first series versus Solaris 2-1 before then taking over Ego Death at 2-0. And then yesterday, we saw the action play out with Envy falling to 100 Thieves, where that first map was rather close. For you guys who have missed it, definitely recommend watching back on that. And then looking at that lower bracket too, we highlighted FlyQuest and their journey after seeing a lot of these teams being bummed out here in that lower bracket. FlyQuest made their run, not only being Solaris, but then they had to beat Jobless Bumps and then got the run back versus Ego Death. No Black Panther shenanigans here before they've now found themselves here versus Envy.
Yeah, Group A was definitely a solid group matchup here. And looking at Group B, a little bit of a different story here. We had Sentinels, taking things against Alani Wind, who was the last seed in, but they did a great job dominating there. And against Citadel Gaming, finding themselves against Nemesis in the upper bracket finals. Was a good matchup there. But ultimately, how they got there, Nemesis, is they barely managed to beat Shroud X. It was the most tight matchup. We're going to talk about that more when we lean into it, but it's a good one. Promise must-see TV. But they go down. Shroud X ends up taking out Nightmare, moving on, and Techie XD, who all these teams are making the playoffs. Shroud X finally kind of got to their final form, if you will, kind of the Super Saiyan form that you were looking for the team, and they're going to fight Nemesis here to get into the grand finals versus the Sentinels, who looked electric yesterday.
It's going to be crazy because then now, again, those previous matches that we saw were best of 3. That's what really changes everything. We're going to keep repeating this because not only with the different ban system that we have coming into play for Marvel Rivals Ignite, but this opens things up for a lot of teams to have figured their way out, figured out if they were shaking in the very beginning, what they needed to do differently, if they needed to start now expanding beyond their own respective hero pool here, and then try to do more target bans. That's what this allows. It allows more specific target bans that allow these teams to come out on top.
Absolutely. Well, guys, if you're watching live right now, the benefit of not just missing all the great action here right in front of you, we also got Twitch drops ready to go for Magic herself. You guys can scoop up a nice little Magic skin with some sprays, nameplates, and an emote, and all you have to do is watch the fireworks unfold here in the lower bracket finals. And moving on to the grand finals, it's a lot of excitement here. It's cool to have Magic here to represent it all.
And I already collected mine, by the way. These Twitch drops have been fantastic having Magic this week. Last week we had Emma Frost, and I've seeing the way that the recolors have really come out. I love being able to have that neon, like minty blue hair, just repping that and then showcasing that you yourself have also been able to take some notes from watching the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, you mentioned that each team had a bit of a different journey here. And one thing we've seen in this tournament is the meta has been anything but settled. We've seen flyer comps, we've seen anchor comps with dive, and now we've got Black Panther coming out way more than just self. We saw it with Sentinels and more Captain America. I can do this all day. We're seeing that a ton in the tournament. I think it's cool. It's just getting a little bit of everything here, and it's really echoed with the pick and ban phase. But let's go ahead and take a look at our first matchup here, and that is gonna be FlyQuest versus Envy Vicky. And one cool thing to look at is just the map comparison between the two of them.
Yeah, very similar, actually. That's why I love the titles. You know, production has been headlining here. Twin achievements on maps here. Being able to have the Gigashield Path of map win here, as well as the fact that they haven't played on Midtown, too. Hall of Dahlia, too, is another map, and Symbiotic Surface. Three maps, rather, that neither of these teams have played on thus far, and that's considering FlyQuest having to play more matches because they were sent down to that lower bracket in comparison to Envy.
Yo, this is crazy that these are like the exact same matchups outside of what Yggdrasil and Central Park with a little bit of a different number, but still winning and losing respective matches. I think in general, it matters. Maps matter. Teams are comfortable. We saw Nemesis, for example, always go to Clintar, and that was kind of their comfort map. And so when you have the same performance, I don't know who's picking Spider Island. 0-1 each, you know, maybe they back away from that. We have seen, though, Envy did pick Spider Island as their match when they went against 100 Thieves, so maybe they go back there, and they almost won that one too. And that's why best of 5 is going to be so interesting, because again, Envy, you know, they kind of figured out some of the stuff going wrong against 100 Thieves, and then they try to clean it up, and they played great. The stats were nearly the same, but they kind of ran out of time.
Yeah, and that's going hand in hand with how maps are picked too. Obviously, for that first map, a coin flipped on who gets to choose that first map on domination first, but then the side is then chosen by the higher seed. And then after game 2, it's either convoy or convergence. And then the team who lost map number 1 then gets to pick what side they want to start on for map number 2, as well as the ban side. And you basically keep that going after game number 2 forward, where everyone gets to play on every single different map iteration until, let's say, in best of 5 situation here, Cozy, we then now turn the script. Map 4, right? We have a map 4 situation, and then the team that ends up losing gets to figure out maybe where they want to lean into better, and it would actually benefit them depending on where they've been able to prevail better versus certain matchups in these different compositions.
Well, no matter what, we've got a tale of revenge, whether it's going to be Envy getting back to 100 Thieves and seeing who can, you know, claim that top seed once again, or FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. Now, if you might be asking yourself, they didn't play. Well, they played in the Marvel Rivals Invitational Grand Finals, and it was a close one. 100 Thieves ended up taking that, but I love the story of two teams, two orgs that have played each other, and they're all in the conversation of great teams. FlyQuest, though, the gauntlet, just going through that lower bracket. It's been a lot for them. Let's take a look at their rosters, though, and who we're going to see in action today, and break down these teams if this is your first time stopping by, or if you've been here before, maybe update you on what you might see with these players on their rosters here. And we'll take a look at those players in just a moment. But yeah, I'm pumped. I'm pumped for the revenge story as we head into it. And Envy, this is their all-star lineup.
All right. Well, with Envy, does an introduction really need? Of course they do this, but the way that Envy has been playing, Kaluge being probably the best Vanguard in NA, Window, Cal actually even flexing off, and we've seen Cal being able to like flex onto the Luna whenever they bring out the Ultron here. Speedery definitely on my radar, Nero and Month as well. Envy being the team that they are, though, and you talk about their win record on these different maps, but also having that alongside Gator as their coach, who has an amazing experience, has definitely been able to help build up Envy and what they need to do to work through these different maps.
Yeah, listen, Envy, they're known. They don't just chase greatness. They make you envy it, right? They really live the name up. And Kaluge is known as that Doctor Strange goat, but the man can also play a lot of Magneto. We've been seeing a lot of that lately, and I'm going to be curious if we see that more. Speedery, though, again, he's considered one of the best in America in terms of the duelists. I thought yesterday he did his job really well. It set this team can kind of, you know, wipe away what was a loss they surely didn't want to have. Nero has just been insane in terms of his elimination per death ratio, but also just, I mean, look at this guy's stats after every match. His accuracy, his healing output, his everything this guy can pull together. And there's not a weak link on this team. I would say if anything yesterday, I think Cal would like some games back, and we'll see if that gets cleaned up a bit as we kind of heard what 100 Thieves approach was towards them.
Yeah, if anything, it was motivation here between Cal being able to make that comeback and being able to definitely put themselves back on, because a very consistent player overall. We know, combine that with Speedery being on that sidelock that we saw at the very beginning. By the way, great play here. It was incredibly close for that first map alone, though, in my opinion. And don't let that 2-0 just deceive you here. And Envy now wanting to be able to make that comeback, looking at 100 Thieves like, hey, you guys are the ones sitting in grand finals. Don't worry, we're on the way to come up from right behind you. But you have to get over FlyQuest first.
Yeah, without question. And again, FlyQuest, this is a team, you got to break them down. First, NG, the youngest player in the entire tournament, plays with just the maturity well beyond his years, whether it's dive, disrupt, duel. The guy really does it all. He's just a deadly duelist. But at the front lines, you have Spark Chief. I love this guy. He just wears the passion on his sleeve. Emotional after the win yesterday and just the kind of chaos that they had to go through in the lower bracket. And he's the premier Hulk player. This guy is one of the few Hulks you're seeing within the tournament. He's playing it at a very high level. And Vest, the Vanguard, dude, this guy's just a wild card. He's so good at anything he puts his hands on. But Magneto specifically, some god tier plays there. And then, of course, the strategist in Cooper and Zelos, Vicky.
I love how you highlight Vest, because I've been enjoying Vest's interviews too. You know, not only did he say yesterday that they've been able to get their confidence back, but also stated that they're playing really well. And that's with expecting either or of 100 Thieves or Envy falling to play them in the long run too, because that was before that series was decided. So already having that confidence after the way that they started out the Ignite series already is great to look at, and Vest being able to have those comms with the rest of FlyQuest is always great to see.
Yeah, you know what? That's my challenge to all the teams out there. You guys got like 1 or 2 people that are set for the interviews. I want everybody ready. I want to get everybody in on here. But Vest, he's been great. One of my favorite interviews was Fidel, who came right off, I believe it was Fidel, who came right off the Shroud X interview after doing comms in one of the most crazy matches you could possibly come up with against Nightmare there. But in general, yeah, I think FlyQuest, listen, they already got a mental victory, and that was beating Ego Death, the team that sent them down here at the very beginning, right? And it's so cool to see their story getting the most wins up to this point to get to where they're at in the lower bracket. And then you get rewarded with Envy again. And, you know, Envy has done very good in these grassroots tournaments and Rivals Fight Night and other areas. But it comes down to the playoffs. You got to win in the big leagues here, and this is definitely one of the big ones. We have Envy versus FlyQuest. It all starts right now, Vicky, as we head into our first map that is going to be Hell's Heaven.
In our first best of 5, let's get it going. As, all right, putting a little bit of homage, talk about Ego Death a little bit. FlyQuest having some fun on that path there as both sides protect the Emma Frost first.
Yeah, we've got the Emma Frost ban on both sides, getting rid of her. They don't want anything to deal with it. We had Vest play that a little bit. Both teams obviously want to play Emma if they can. And right away, we have FlyQuest getting rid of Speedery and the dominance he does in the air as Human Torch. Again, if you're looking at the big ban system, this is towards their team. So the ban's only right now for Envy and vice versa.
The protection now in favor for FlyQuest over the Magneto. Not surprised there from both sides, actually. And then the Loki ban, too, to prevent FlyQuest from running that Loki. That's interesting, actually. I believe the last time when we saw FlyQuest versus Ego Death, that wasn't a ban that they had to deal with. Or instead, I believe it was the Torch, the Adam Warlock that Ego Death had banned against FlyQuest, as well as the Ultron.
Yeah, Loki, one of the most banned heroes in the entire tournament. At least he was just a couple days ago. He's still carrying that Torch, I believe. And speaking of Torch, they're also getting rid of Torch on the other side of things. Both players love to play him. Energy has flexed into that as well. Energy can play just about everybody. And his performance is going to matter a lot today against one of the best teams in NA. Storm, though. They don't want any Storm NATO. We didn't see a ton of it, but they did have some of it as they're getting rid of that option as well.
And it looks like Envy also want to get rid of any possibility of a res comp that they have to face off against, looking at FlyQuest and what they could bring out. They've banned out the Mantis here. They protected the Loki from their own respective side. And here we have the safety and the ban picks from both teams.
Yeah, so the group being banned against for the Envy here is interesting. Definitely things that they're going to want to hang on to. And then no triple res comp. They're trying to shut that down. Energy going to Wolverine, though. We've seen him lean to this in Hell's Heaven and Domination specifically, so I do like that pick. Vest has played Magneto to a tremendous level as he's going to Rocket to get that armor out. But Adios, we've been seeing a lot of this Spark Chief on Hulk. Adios over to Namor. They've been playing that a lot on Domination. If you can figure that out, you're going to be golden, but it's a lot to figure out. You've got the Luna DPS boost to the Whale. That's, you know, a huge wombo combo, and they look to connect all that.
And starting off the day 2 on Hell's Heaven. Love how we were also talking about the 2 for 2 on domination from both these teams. Literally 2 for 2. Looking at FlyQuest, where they won 2 on domination, they've lost 2 on domination thus far. It was during their Solaris matchup and Ego Death specifically, where they had 1 versus their run back versus Ego Death and then versus Jobless. So slowly on the come up here, FlyQuest crawl their way up and then looking at Envy to try to keep up their consistency.
Yeah, FlyQuest soaring through the bracket as we do the fly over the maps, and we're heading into it. And here we go, both teams lined up, ready to go. And this is always the most exciting part of each day. First matchup underway as we have the Jeffs to boost them out. The team comps are locked. We have Speedery here on Wolverine. Cal plays a lot of Wolverine, but instead of Speedery, and then we have Cal now on Hawkeye. So we've got the Hawkeye Luna team up.
Ooh, we've seen how strong that could be here. Kitty as you talk about the Hulk that we see from Spark Chief 2. Gonna be able to yeet energy up into the skies, maybe try to look for an isolated pick, tries to get the kidnap immediately afterwards, but then having to deal from the other side the thing after losing on Adios already. Your backline here, Zelos getting torn apart, FlyQuest are dropping like flies, and Envy seamlessly take the point first.
Yeah, what a way to respond from Cal just from yesterday. Like, locked in on Hawkeye back-to-back. We're seeing the same comp that we've seen from FlyQuest, but a different comp here for Envy, especially yesterday. Energy, though, now swapping over to Psylocke to try to deal with probably the pressure that is going to be Cal here on Robin Hood.
And that's together with the mental projection that you currently get here, or whether, no, that's with the Emma Frost. The Emma Frost is banned here, but it's together with the Magneto and the Psylocke, even without that power-up, and just trying to control a lot more of that space, get more into these flanking angles here, too, between Envy, and then looking at the way that Cal is currently positioned, you have to worry about funneling through that corridor.
Yeah, absolutely here. Just staying on the main ground, but Sparchi finally getting some combinations. The wombo hit on both strategies going down, and that's exactly the response you want. Now Sparchi, again, the man plays with passion. The Gamma is on maximum as he goes crazy to open with the Hulk.
It's so fun watching Sparchief play too. Being on the Hulk, literally the Hulk is one of the heroes that we have not been able to see as much, and Sparchief just puts it on display so well.
Just punching fire, punching air. He feels it. He's definitely feeling the gas right now. Love to see it here. We do have 2 ults ready to go for the dual speeder. He only needs that one to get a huge wipe as we've seen in the past. Cooper, though, can be unlocked there with the aid of both worlds to get the invincibility with Luna.
Sparchief trying to harass the backline too. You saw him in position right beforehand. Alvio's going to be able to find window. No more of the Pain Brother duo coming in. It is Sparchief here together with Energy as it continuously put pressure on this Envy backline. But Envy have so many ultimates going into that next fight.
Well, hello, they brought the sledgehammer. They're ready for the bracket buster a little bit here as they open with a 46 to 40% opening. They're getting that first little stagger. That's all you need when you've got the whale as the tentacles rain upon us. And just looking at it, I mean, look at Energy with 5 final hits. I knew Energy, he is one of the backbones of this team. If he plays lights out, it's going to be great for FlyQuest here. Now they're going to try to tackle Psylocke right away. What a good switch to Psylocke here as they open things up.
Also a switch here from Envy. No more thing. They've gone over to the Hulk. It's time to diff Sparchief versus Window, it looks like here. Speedery having that Wolverine ult. They try to all collapse together here against Sparchief, who's going to have to jump down from the high ground together as Zelos with the stun. Sparchief 2 force a pop in the Hulk ultimate. It's going to be a reset here in terms of health, and now you have the Luna Snow dancing around. Nero now over to the other side. You have to worry about Energy, though, who get taken out. Back Cal, it's Revenjo as Sparchief is able to then reciprocate.
Envy had everything on lock there, and FlyQuest kind of staggering out their ultimates, which is ending up giving them the advantage as Sparchief is just going crazy, hitting those picks when needed. But we have the Magneto up, the down. Kalush did not get the connection, unfortunately, but does finish off the limb that he intended on Cooper.
Cooper going down, leaving Zelos only here after using that Eternal Bond earlier on. The Namor ult, adios is saying adios to the competition with the way that FlyQuest has not giving up their position on this point.
And that engaged by Envy went from we got this to where did everybody go in 2 seconds flat. I mean, right now, FlyQuest is looking incredible as they open up this matchup with flying colors and taking 0.1 in Hell's Heaven. Color me surprised.
even like looking at the meteor of M, like directly in the face, even with the Hawkeye, just shoots it right down, knows that they can't contest either way. Envy, we're not expecting that dominating start here from FlyQuest. Look at energy. 5 final hits. I mean, equal across the board if you look at Aldios' Spark Chef there too. But Aldios too, just completely cutting off their exit strategy once they had to back away from the point with the Nemora.
Yeah, tale of two different stories too. Yesterday was Cal and Speedery was doing a lot. Now Speedery looking to get some of this back here, just unable to get everything. Right now it feels like every play is like a Hail Mary for Envy, and there's just no one in the end zone. They've got to connect, they got to reset and get everybody together here. And if you're FlyQuest, keep doing what you're doing, because right now you're playing loose and it's showing.
The battle starts in 5.
They will have one ultimate going to start off on the second round here. Same thing though cannot be said about Envy. They used up a lot for that final fight, playing very split up FlyQuest with their kiting around the pressure that Envy was putting off. Specifically though, Nero will have the fate of both worlds just to help them out in trying to recontest.
Yeah, absolutely. Here as we have Speedery now on that Psylocke, ready to match energy, see if they can contest, go back-to-back. Cal now switching over to Hella. Cal has been known as a great Hella. Didn't see it a lot in the upper bracket, but he is locked and loaded here as Window going to Mr. Steve Rogers to create some pressure. I like this change up in the matchup, and Cal getting the best of energy to open things up.
Well, that's already one way to hold back energy with the way that energy has been playing too on that Psylocke. Jumping in though, it's going to be Spark before it comes right back together on the point, helping out the rest of the team here. But you have to think about the dance of butterflies on your back lane. They lose out on Cooper, they lose out on Zealous. Huge dance of butterflies for Speedery. Great positioning call out as Envy finally gets to retake the point.
Yeah, the opposite of what we just saw in the first map. They used all the ults, didn't get anything happening. Now Speedery, they only needed to use the one. The only dance of the butterflies should just be called death of butterflies at this point. Brilliant 4-5 elim there. And if you're FlyQuest, you have all you need. You've got your own dance. You also have two dances. You have both Luna and Psylocke ready to lock. And great job there from Window is spying the energy in the back line.
Month also has God of Message ready. Energy still holding on to the Dance of Butterflies, just waiting for the opportunity. But with Cal making the swap over to that Hella earlier in for the second round here, been putting in a good amount of damage. FlyQuest is trying to get out of that line of sight.
Yeah, absolutely here. They're just trying to fold. I love just the combo right now of what Spark Chief is doing with energy. They're staying locked together tight. Audios has got the strategist kind of locked and ready and supported here as he's taking this back route. All the team is into this point. They want to try to get out of here. 44%. Things are stacking up quickly. Fly has got to make a quick fly to the point and get some pressure on them.
Well, time is literally flying by here, and together with the Hulk, with the Nemora team up here, just trying to put in enough of that damage just to get through this initial choke too. They catch somebody trying to go into the backline, probably looking at Speedery, who's trying to harass them from that backline. While meanwhile, you still have Cal that's putting in a good amount of pressure.
A great hit from Cal there. Hulk's on smashing at the moment. He's just spectating as Speedery's keeping the distance at the right time. We've got all the ults online for both teams. About to be fireworks. Avengers dropping into New York. The ult's about to drop into Hell's Heaven here as both teams lock in with a whale come out first. Energy with that opening elim on Window.
A huge here, though, losing out on Window, who cannot even take advantage of their own ult just to stay alive here. Looking to see what Vest could do. Cannot find that mark, though, with the meteor. Instead, it's a dance of butterflies from Speedery. Also, just going to be able to hold them back here. But looking on the other side here, at least FlyQuest, who have been able to wait here for Cooper, having the fate of both worlds here. It's going to be answered by Nero, too, after Cooper's runs out. And Zealous with perfect timing activates the Eternal Bond. Overtime taking away. And it's literally a 0 to 100 moment as Envy now lose out on Cal, who's been a problem.
Oh, I just counted like 10 ultimates, 3 miracles. There's like all survivor. What happened? What? No one got eliminated really from that. That was perfect. Just upkeep with the strategist, keeping everybody alive. Energy though, getting rid of Speedery there. So far, great play in the ultimate contention, but the neutral fight is where things are happening, and Energy is making that difference here in the neutral as they do get that cap, 3% to 99.
Even bigger was both individually Kaluj and Vest with the Magneto bubble, helping out those ultimates to actually succeed to negate any sort of pressure from the meteors that were unleashed from both sides.
Yeah, I'm shocked too by just the Luna swap into DPS, into the healing. That well combo is so hard to counter, but they did a great job with that and into the meteor in there from Kaluj. Now 0-2 on hitting those meteors, same as Vest. Vest does get the elimination on Month, which is going to help stagger there the healings, and they can put the pressure in Poke, which is extremely tough with Adios on Namor, just constantly putting out the DPS, taking out Cal with that, and then the follow-up with Speedery to see if he can make the difference. But right now, FlyQuest has that momentum.
And the complete counter from Cooper right there, too. Together with the Fate of Both Worlds, just prevents Speedery from having any sort of impact with the Dance of Butterflies. That we get to have the Psylocke 1v1. Here comes the Whale flying by, just making an appearance in the background when we see that 1v1 and being able to back away, being able to also now flip the script at already 55% in favor for FlyQuest.
I'm telling you right now, if Vest controls an art, he is just painting a masterpiece. He's not even getting a limbs with the meteor. He's getting now back-to-back picks on Month. And this is where he's great. He gets those final hits. He's just so precise with that accuracy. It's incredible. Both teams stacked up about the same here in the ultimate department. And right now, it's going to be another Psylocke show. And it's forcing out the ult. That's a dance. And Energy does get Cal, but somehow Speedery, he escapes.
It's the fact that Speedery and Cal try to 2v1 Energy in that situation, forcing out the Dance of Butterflies, still finding one. Here comes a meteor. Will find its mark this time around. It does. It finds Cooper, even if Cooper wasn't dancing it off on the Fate of Both Worlds. Instead, you do have Window. You have Freedom coming in too. And Cal, with the Goddess of Death, is going to now try to put in pressure, at least from the side corridor, it looks like. The meteor's not going to find itself there. The bubble's going to help him for now, before Window now moves up and takes over this point with Envy.
Absolute huge block there as Envy looks to finish the cap. Spark Chief switching over quickly to get that portal out. He's going to have only mere seconds. They're going to jump in. This is going to go to Envy. Not enough time.
Right there with just seconds to spare at the very end. Envy tied this up, taking us to a round number 3 for our first map.
You could tell from Kaluj, that meteor, it wasn't just purple, it was personal. I mean, he just absolutely threw and crushed Cooper with that. And that's a bummer with that portal. Sometimes it comes down to milliseconds. We've seen it with Nemesis versus Shroud X, where one portal back can mean winning the entire map there. So this is what you want to open up with in the lower bracket finals. Best of 5, each team taking one map to get this first map.
Are you surprised? This is the best of the best out here in the Americas region, and they are delivering already. Round 3 situation, very close. Also, just the retake, too, that we saw was so possible, but Envy just made it to 99% so early on without an early takeover back from FlyQuest.
They've got to take out Adios here. He's getting way too much free poke. He's up to 20k damage there on Namor. If Envy wants to continue this thing, they've got to get rid of him. They had good trades there, and honestly, with the 99% lead that they had in that point, that's what helped them a ton, because they were starting to crumble a little bit there on that second point as FlyQuest was coming into their own. But right now, teams are matching. They're meeting. We have only one whale into the double dance yet again for Envy.
So much damage output from Adios. I like how you pointed that out here. Jumping on, though, immediately trying to isolate Window. This Hulk being the menace. Cooper does have the Fate of Both Worlds at the very start of this fight. Same thing could be said about Adios. Looking on the other side, though, Nero could then reflect that, but it's going to be Speedery to pull the button first. Great reaction from Cooper here, but Adios still getting called out by Speedery Dance of Butterflies.
That timing was so perfect. Cooper was able to get that on just at the nick of time before Speedery could get that dance out. Now we got Month. Oh, and the protection there from Nero. Great awareness. Energy just trying to get this pick that could just change the course of battle for the team. But each hero is barely getting rezzed up. Does have that dance out. Going to go to the backline now that ult has been used. We've got Kaluj with the Meteor M and the connection, but no E-limbs.
Oh, try to yeet it all the way to the back line of FlyQuest, stuck in that corner. Nice kiting away here. And Zello still was able to get away with that Eternal Ball that we saw earlier, too. Here comes Energy, though. Dance of Butterflies on their end. And now being able to at least find one on the other side, while Window here, on the other hand, has a Freedom Charge. Completely is going to try to dive this back line. They get harassed. Speedery follows up, and Cooper falls alongside them, as now there's going to be a reset. Envy could be able to find this.
Yeah, nothing scarier than a backline funeral. When you've got Cap ulting and then Speedery at the helm, a Psylocke pushing in, there's not much you can do. We've got now some stagger happening for them. Obviously, you've seen a little bit of that team up with Loki for that res. That's why Loki's been banned so much. But reset now, honestly, the first point to just now. That's how close that was and how long it mapped out. Best has to be careful here so he doesn't get staggered as they head into the next fight.
I was just about to say the fact that now is when the point finally starts flipping in favor for Envy here, just trying to keep them delayed, trying to boost up their confidence with the Dance of Butterflies, but this forces out Cooper and that Fate of Both Worlds.
Did they change Psylocke's ability to just be her ultimate just be an ability? The amount of times I've seen the dance thus far is crazy as Energy does trade with Kalush, and these meteors, they are just not connecting. The Whiff Needles are out on display, but Vest getting it done with just the primary, taking out Cal. Cal's traded a lot here. The rest of the team has stayed alive, and it's just this stagger fest back and forth. But right now, the point belongs to Envy, and they're just taking that up and up, Vicky.
Not the Whiff Needles in 4K here. Gotta call it out, but the way that we're currently seeing the backline getting supported has been beautiful. You talked about Audios putting in a good amount of impact. Everyone's funneled up together, congested in one side. Doesn't find his spark, but puts in the pressure instead. The Meteor, though, and the block! The block from Audios was crazy, but it's not going to be enough.
The blessings of the deep with the bubble block. Are you kidding me? I don't even know if that was intentional. If it was, that was the sickest thing I've ever seen. I think he was just trying to protect himself, but he protected the team. Either way, team's now pushing in. Same story as that last point. 75% now for Envy. Even if they get together here, they have to play razor tight. They started off strong. Vest now switching over to Strange. Maybe get a little bit more space here. Lock up, obviously, with the portal if they need it. And then we've got Window there. He can do it all day.
But with the freedom charge, though, trying to dive up the back line. Cooper, once again, has been getting these Fate of Both Worlds so quickly, ready to go to help lead the rest of FlyQuest back onto this point. Then you're going to have the dance here from the other side off of Month, who would use the God of Mischief instead. The internal bond now just trying to control the entirety of the point from Zelos, and overtime now taking away a similar situation to our second round from Envy.
Yeah, we just saw this, right? I want to just commend Zelos and Cooper just perfectly traded their ultimates at the precise millisecond to get it done. We do have another dance coming out from Speedery, but we do have the kidnap. Yeah, it's going to end Speedery's Psylocke run, at least this time, pushing them back into spawn. But we just saw this. They get this momentum towards the end, and they have to use a lot of resources to get that, Vicky. And now they've got Goddess of Death. They've got the Fate of Both Worlds. That's two ultimates in its own that can get the job done.
Yeah, and they just used up the World Breaker. Yeah, they use some things here. They can try to boost up those other ultimates, but in a 99% situation against Envy, they also have a good amount of answers, including that Meteor that's coming in from Kalush.
Yeah, here Speedery is going to be diving in. We've got both tanks on lock, ready to go. We're going to see here Speedery can get the pick early. Just getting that pressure on Sparksheet, making sure it doesn't rage up. But Energy now trading, getting that Kalush pick early is going to be massive as Nero's forced to put the show on, and he's going to try to protect them from this huge Agamotto, what Vest has. But unfortunately, that was at the wrong time, but it sets up the whale, Vicky, and they get the two-piece.
Oh, and Nero going down. Month is going to meet him back in the spawn. Cal comes in just to keep them back, too, but they get forced off. FlyQuest successfully plant their feet on this point, and Envy had utilized a good amount. They still will at least have the Loki ultimate coming right back as well. Speedery close to that dance of butterflies.
We keep seeing this. One team has the point, and they're losing a couple people, and then they make it back, and they get that charge up. It's at 70% now. They're going to have to win at least 2 more fights, most likely to get the job done. But here's the dance of the butterfly, forcing out Cooper. Tastic, Fate of Both Worlds. Clutch either way, even without eliminations. Getting that support ult out is so important here. Window with the constant pressure. Kalush up with the ball. Down. Does not connect another block.
What? These blocks are insane. FlyQuest Vaz with his awareness, the situational awareness. Window goes down then next too. Month that he used the God of Mischief just to keep everyone alive in the dancing of Fate of Both Worlds. Kalush gets stunned temporarily, and now the immediate comeback between Vaz and Energy. FlyQuest with the 0 to 100 takeover.
This is it. This is just what happened to the other team, but this time they've got the time to get the portal out. Window comes out. It's 99-99. This is what you're here for. This is what Ignite delivers as Cooper trades with Kalush right away. But we've got the ult coming from, oh my goodness, Wolverine taking out Energy is going on a show here as he barely gets freeze. Nero with the flex.
And Nero now popping the Fate of Both Worlds, trying to keep themselves in overtime, trying to stall as long as possible. That was after Kalush had gone down first with a stagger, forced to swap off, goes over to the thing. They lost out on Month. This only leaves Nero, who doesn't have the ultimate, and Vez has been on fire.
There it is, guys. What a start to this. Oh my goodness, lower bracket final. We've got FlyQuest to mini surprise getting that first map off of Envy. Are you not entertained to kick things off? I can't believe that 99% comeback.
Dude, it was the way that Envy tried to recontest, but with just a few more seconds than what FlyQuest had for round number 2. And Envy, not only did they just delay as long as possible, but Vez was on fire at the end there on the Doctor Strange.
if you watch Marvel Rival, oh, this is incredible because FlyQuest, they've done this before in the lower bracket. They go on these runs, they get hot, they use the loss as coal to flame the fire that is burning and igniting for FlyQuest right now. And energy, this was what had to happen. 17 final hits. Are you kidding me?
Dude, to look at Cooper, 63,000 healing, and that's with Cooper having Fate of Both Worlds always ready to counter Speedery and the Dance of Butterflies, especially on that third round.
The absolute insane play. Both teams did well. It was like these weird stagger fests happening outside of map one here. Honestly, was just all FlyQuest. And after that, it was the trade-off back and forth. A little bit of that hangover from the upper bracket loss that we just saw from 100 Thieves. Envy, this team, they know what they're doing. They've been here. They've been on these win streaks. But right now is what matters. But this is what's beautiful. Best of 5, they got plenty of time, right? You know, if they would have lost this with a best of 3, they would have to make it up in one map. They could figure things out and kind of go back to the scoreboard and see why they lost just now.
It was those finicky Dom burst matches too, just to see what they have to do in terms of these different bands here and what they need to change. Because we saw a lot of changes coming out within the first few seconds of that first round alone. But there was a follow-up too between Energy and Smart Chief too that just allowed them to thrive in that first round. But it was a takeover that was a little too late.
Yeah, absolutely here. I mean, both teams, I would say even the Vanguard setups were good. There was so much precision of protection. The ultimate trade matches and battles were so well done as Cooper Tastic getting the MVP, just a casual, cool 63k healing to open things up, 14 KOs. My goodness, absolutely cooking. But honestly, the kitchen is not closed for either team. They're both doing solid at the moment, but FlyQuest, the big thing about them is just having that momentum and proving that they can win.
And if you're going to be able to put up those numbers as a support here in a very intense matchup where you have to not only worry about Speedery, you have to worry about Window, who was on the Captain America. Let's not forget that too. You have to worry about both of these different people diving you in your backline, and you still have your ultimate ready to counter what is the most important, whether it be from Speedery's ultimate or in Cooper's case, being able to funnel from that different corridors when you're on the opposing side of the point could be difficult because everyone's just like a bunch of sardines stuck in a can here, and you know that it's going to be a lot easier to execute, so holding on to those ultimates are super important.
Yeah, and I just want to say we highlight players like Terra a lot, Speedery obviously, but the flexibility of Energy, I've seen this guy play just about everything. I mean, he has played Vanguard when needed and pretty much the entire Duelist roster at this point. The man could do it all, and I like the approach of Psylocke that they did. FlyQuest right now, they're not just flying on a plane, not coach, definitely not Spirit Airlines. It's first class for them. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you guys for the next match.
This is my unnatural selection. Extermination!
쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 접아 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to map 2 between Envy and FlyQuest. And you feel that, Vicky, it's tension in the air. One of these teams is getting close to be sent packing again. It's win, it's go home, it's for the seed placements, it's for money, it is for the glory. Hey, Vicky, what did you see there on that matchup? That was nuts.
I saw like every ult being utilized at the same time with nobody dying. The amount of saves that we had, the ult utility that we had, as well as the comeback potential that we saw was beautiful. FlyQuest winning that first map, and for that first map to go to all the way to the third round is just what I want to see when we introduce best of 5 here.
And so far, guys, this story of FlyQuest is so crazy. This is a team on Twitter so just completely stunned, just having some of the saddest tweets I've seen after that first loss, and then just this recovery that we have not seen. Now, both teams have played on Yggdrasil. Both teams have won. Envy has 2 wins, though, compared to FlyQuest in the past in this tournament so far. As we head into this as our round 2, can Envy come back and get it to 1-1 here as we head into the same mirror of the beginning of the kick ban phase?
Yeah, looking very similar already here. Gonna be able to also ban the torch once again, the protections, and then the bans on the Emma Frost that we saw too. Even with the Magneto, it's looking almost identical already thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, we're getting rid of, I mean, kind of was noted yesterday, Speedery, such a demon there on Human Torch, so getting that flame out of the sky. Flame on, no flame off there, as we've seen here. Now, this last time from Envy was dedicated to Torch. We're getting that yet again. It is. It's mirror bans at the moment.
Okay. Are we going to maybe see the Mantis ban once again from Envy onto FlyQuest to prevent FlyQuest from rocking something like that? We're going to have to see. They do protect the Luna Snow, though, as a priority. As I'm not surprised. Looking at the way that Cooper played that, I would also protect Luna.
Yeah, I'll take another healthy dose of 60,000 healing and great damage to boot. I mean, my goodness. I'm wondering if we get like a... Yeah, they're going to go with Mantis again to prevent triple res. But, man, after that Wolverine play, I would think about it. The thing is, though, energy can flex to whatever. Ooh. And that's what is so lethal about them. Oh, look at that. As I'm talking about it, they do. They get rid of that Wolverine. And that was one of the key differences, I'll be honest. Just the play and the level of play. Now, he did Psylocke a lot, but having the Wolverine there was insane for them, and that's a smart ban. But it does open up triple res for them.
And the protection onto the Groot, too, from Envy. That's going to be 2 protects used up for 2 Vanguards, leaving things open here to see what that next ban is going to be. No Psylocke plays. Put that away from Speedery.
All the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, as teams are locking in, getting ready, we've got that group safe. Window can play it all, but I saw Window play a ton of group back when he was on Shroud X, but now just the way that he can play the hero on this map, it's so important to play Groot at a maximum level here. Separate the walls, get the heals, get the picks on the Vanguards, and separate them from the team. Audios in the skies here. He's in a little Ultron, and they're going to go with the fly route. They don't have any aerial, a lot of aerial units to use here, but we'll have to see as we go to map 2, Convoy, Yggdrasil's path.
I'm excited here. I also feel like, just thinking about it, is that the first time we saw a protect over Groot? I believe it may have been too. So that's going to be interesting, trying to prioritize Groot. Again, 2 Vanguards to use up for that safety as we get set up. FlyQuest are ready with a dictating start for that very first map win. Map number 2 in a best of 5 situation now. Everything on the table for Envy to keep themselves here.
Yeah, Asgard is the place. They've seen plenty of battles here before, so this is nothing new. Obviously, when you've got Surtur destroying the whole planet. You've seen a bit of everything. Speedery at the top. At pro play, you still use that window. It's always clutch as he gets a little peek on the competition here. We've got Speedery on Iron Man, and he plays lethal flyers. He is their flyer as now we head into the match. Nero staying back, having that huge snowflake to keep Speedery that much more healed up and topped off.
Gonna be handy here with Speedery being up in the sky too, just to look at them and give some of that extra healing, as well as window being in front. Brute being on this map as well with these walls is just so easily utilized. Adios being so low, managed to stay healthy though. Cooper splitting that attention together with Zelos being on that cloak and dagger.
Yeah, I like that they're attacking Adios right away. Just win that airspace. And Kalu's back over to Doctor Strange. Played all Magneto yesterday. He's back to the Strange himself, one of the more infamous Stranges within Rivals. As they push up here, Window already has that Entangled Prison, and it is looking to be stacked up, ready to go here in a moment for the Wombo combo. They can use it with Speedery. Are they going to do so, or are they just going to go with the collapse, and they do so?
All together, though, with the Gruul as well. Window following up. Speedery is the final cleanup, though, from the rest of FlyQuest. Great way to take over already initially on this attack for Envy.
Yeah, that crowd control, the forced group photo that they did not ask for. Great job there, as now Vest throwing up that portal, trying to get a little high ground, maybe get to see if they can get some damage here on the top. Poking through a little bit of an awkward portal as they jump the back line here. Vest trying to stay on top, and there's Maximum. Watch out, and luckily, team, they survive.
I mean, I did see the Invisible Woman shield, or rather, yeah, from month over by Speedery, just in case to help them out. But, man, even avoiding that, Cooper was ready with the fate of both worlds, even after losing out Zelos. But that was a crucial pick to lose, considering that they were about to have the Eternal Bond to stay alive. And Cal then takes Vez to the sky, takes him all the way down, and then follows up with Cooper. Cal currently on fire on this Wolverine, and no surprise there too. That's how they got the initial fight win.
Yeah, that Wolverine, I'm telling you, I say it all the time, he's not flanking, he's just hunting, and at this point, they don't have access to it, right? They used that band towards it, they opened up triple res, they got rid of Mantis, and last time, this time, Wolverine, and that's going to give them a huge advantage. Kalu's looking to use these portals to cut off the hallways. Smart use of portal play here, just the most common route to the map to clear up this. They're going to jump down, though. We've got the Eternal Bond to open up the fight.
Well, they were getting ready by the corridor to their side here in the hallway, but they came in from the high ground, coming in from the balcony specifically here. Gruul ult 2, Speedery gets a one hit on Adios, and a huge triple to follow up off the Iron Man ultimate. Talk about a statement here. It's fine. Cal could be popping off in the backlines. He could be going hunting, but Speedery is up in the skies going shooting.
Jarvis, clip that. Post to social media that I'm carrying. That was massive, huge ult there from Iron Man, and just incredible. Speedery, great job there as they get the pressure needed to put the point up, and they wasted some ults at that. Kalush as the Eyeball Automotive ready to set off too. Right now, FlyQuest, they need to use these ultimates. They have stuff ready to go, but right now it's a little bit staggering after what was, I'm sure, a staggering ult of the 4-piece.
Especially on this map too, momentum is so much if you don't control some more of these corner spaces too. But Spark coming right back in on the Hulk, activates the World Breaker just to reset the health pool too, and together with FlyQuest rocking this Ultron composition here, Adios finally uses some of those ultimates that you mentioned here, Cozy. Energy Spark now send them back after finding 2 picks, and after the backline going out too, Envy is gonna have to reset.
Great job from Adios there. Extermination keeping the team alive in that Agamotto. So just hats off to what is hard to defend of an ultimate. I've got to say, who do they have, though, to really stop Speedery? I mean, you're going to have Spark Chief tackling him and hit that perfectly. Adios can handle it a little bit. Energy, though, you know, Psylocke, you'd have to get that poke damage. But right now, he's reigning free in this, guys. Oh, there it is.
Oh, just completely tackled him. The follow-up, too, from Energy. They knew the assignment. The communication is beautiful. I like the vibes that we're currently seeing, too, from FlyQuest just to deal with that issue. No Punisher here. They don't need it, even if it's not banned. And they force out the fate of both worlds. Meanwhile, though, on the other side from MB, they have the Punisher. The Meteor's not going to be able to find Cal, and instead it's going to try to burn them down. Thankfully, though, they had a fate of both worlds to try to keep them alive, but it's too much damage, too much pressure as Cooper and Vez meet their demise.
Yeah, that defensive ult was used at the right time, but the bubble popped, and it is done as instead of getting a huge defensive stop, Cal, final judgment was the final period on that part of the point as they're pushing forward now. Right now, momentum heavy on Envy. They've got another maximum pulse. We've got the invisible boundary with the Groot ult. We could just do the wombo of the Groot and Iron Man. ult, and I think that's what we're getting. Look at Speeder here hiding. This is gonna be at least 2. I'm calling 2 here.
They're not gonna be suspicious. They're not suspicious. Just wait for them to come up from the other side, but he unleashes it anyways, even without the wombo combo here. They heard Adios, they heard the extermination, and they had to react. Energy, meanwhile, going in through the back line, finds Nero. The Eye of Agamotto who just stopped here too, but it's fine. Cal then comes up, finds Zealous, Adios, and Cooper as the backline falls. FlyQuest get exterminated, and Envy win another team fight.
Yeah, Kalush opened the eyes and closed the enemy's chances there to get this part of the point shut down. Good job on avoiding some of the bigger ults there, but ultimately all it takes is the one group up there to get the job done. And there's 2.5 minutes, or 2 minutes and 48 seconds. That's plenty for Envy to get this point, but also enough for FlyQuest to get the good hold here.
Good time here. They hear the turret setup too from Cal. Sitting pretty, just trying to clear out their line of sight with some protection too from Kalush. Speedery is close to having that Iron Man ultimate though, and Energy still on that backline, still trying to figure out a way to deal with Speedery here.
Yeah, Energy right now, compared to Domination, has been not the biggest factor on this map. Speeder just kind of, again, owning the skies here. And he just farms these ults so quickly. He's ready to rock yet again. Vesto does have that ultimate. He's hanging on for it. He's playing the patience game to use it against it as a defense. And that's probably what it's going to be. But Vest has to use that against not only Speeder, but also Punisher's ult.
Wonder what happened to Cal right there too. Already down after using the ultimate, it looks like, and was taken out by Zelos with the Invisiwoman. But now it's going to be a dance party too from Fate of Both Worlds. Here comes the maximum pulse super Speedery. Doesn't find it smart. Still the safety too. These group walls just being such an issue between Window and just creating more of this space. Spark Chief though making another swap after being on the Captain America. Another Eye of Agamotto. It's found 3. It's found Zelos. No invisible boundary here to help out FlyQuest.
Oh my gosh, with the ultimates here, it's just more lights than Times Square on New Year's Eve. This is ultimates everywhere, but the fight's being won in the neutral as Adios does get the pick on Speeder, trying to escape collusion, does get that pressure on Vest and Zealous ready for that counter. But that was everything. That whole team's pressing Q at the same time. These teams are playing just perfect.
And fireworks, maybe a light show out here too, just to add to it with the amount of just immediate explosions we're seeing. Cal then steps 1 foot around the corner, gets annihilated. Adios then follows up and finds Month, and that's going to be 2 and 3 out for Envy. It's going to have to be a reset this time around, and they have less than a minute on the clock now.
Man, I'm just telling you, the absolute, I've said this yesterday, you can't spell poke without M-A-G-N-E-T-O. I mean, Vest is just doing such a great job at the constant pressure and getting those eliminations with the precise accuracy as he tries to push them back a little bit with that alt fire. And right now, you've got plenty for FlyQuest with 43 seconds, plenty to hold this. You've got the advantage here.
Extermination is the first one used for FlyQuest instead. Window, look to see with that strangling prison that's coming up here. Gonna be important with Cal also being able to wombo combo with it. Nero too with the Fate of Both Worlds is gonna be able to try to keep them alive. Look at Energy's position though, coming in from this back line, finds that pick onto Cal. That's gonna be big here as Nero is forced to activate the Fate of Both Worlds with limited time in the time bank.
Great follow-up from Celoso to get the elimination there, and they have 2 different group ults. They've got the Agamotto. They also have the imprisonment. Either of these can get the job done, but Energy gets that pick on Month. That's going to slow down the sustained healing. Everything is going to be on the line. Nero out as well. Both strategists, no heals. They got to do it with what they have. They've got all the ults to get it done. Can FlyQuest end it?
Oh, but then the wall too from Groot just stops the Dance of Butterflies just temporarily, and the Eye of Agamotto then may have been the saving grace for FlyQuest to enable Energy. Zello now finally comes in with the invisible boundary, keeps Envy here as Envy are just trying to desperately come in with Energy, trying to stop Envy here. Month that used up that invisible boundary. Cal then comes in with the final judgment, and it's all desperate times calling for desperate measures after Window had made that swap over to the Venom, and Speedery finding that pick up to Zelos.
Oh, how did that not connect? You got the meteor, am unable, but Energy still gets the job done. Getting now Month down, Nero, Cal, it's ending all together. They're able to get this hold. If they can get that last pick, the Portalo coming in. Vickett's going to keep things tight, but it's going to end right here for Envy on Yggdrasil. It's up to FlyQuest now to show what they can do on the push.
Man, Energy, after using the Dance of Butterflies, going around the group walls that were set up to separate themselves and the rest of that payload, then to follow up and deal enough of that damage to clean them up was fantastic. Chef's kiss out here too. But Envy, they had a lot of momentum with those first 2 checkpoints.
Yeah, maximum pulse, more like maximum energy. Just crazy job there. Those team fights, they came with explosions, emotional stakes, the CGI budget to boot. I mean, everything was used there by both teams. But again, a lot of these picks are in the neutral. I thought Envy played spectacular there, but at the end, FlyQuest was able to button up in a tighter, that cave environment that allows energy to get more of that peel. And really the difference there on point 3 was energy and the picks he was able to get on those strategists.
And that's just because you have to think about the lackluster roofing that Speedery would have if he's stuck with the Iron Man. Like, you can't really navigate around as easily as you would for the first 2 checkpoints when you're not stuck inside of that roof-like building. So being able to make that swap quickly, still finding at least a little bit of impact, but I also feel like there was a lot more focus onto Cal, and that's where energy comes in and really helping them out.
The stars are playing at the highest degree. Energy Speedery putting on a show. 13,000 damage from the Ultron and Vadios there. So great job. And both, we're just seeing a master of Mystic Arts, both Vest and Kaluj going crazy. Vest did play a lot of Magneto on that round. Ultimate's not connecting how both teams would want, especially in terms of Envy on some of these matches. Caldo locked back in to Frank Castle.
Oh, get ready for some plays. Peekaboo. Getting ready with the back end portal play just to help enable Alvios, who's going to instead be on that Punisher, protected behind the Doctor Strange shield instead. And they have to now start turning to him, but the rest of Envy in a great position to be out of their line of sight.
Schmungus, the Solaris special that we've been seeing in Ignite. If you're a duo, you're going to be copying this as much as possible. Look at all that constant pressure up the turret using every last bullet. Now, as they were forced to go into this safe haven, now it's going to give the space for FlyQuest to push forward a little bit, and that's what they were looking for.
It was great retaliation, though, in terms of the way that they were able to react around that, immediately guided away together. Now Nero is going to be able to create a pathing with the Eternal Bond just to shove FlyQuest back towards those spawn room gates, and Energy looking to try to boost up that dance of butterflies, try to get a pick on these backlines.
Unfortunately, without a pick, with that Punisher opening, you give so much healing to the enemy team, and then you've got Nero able to farm that Eternal Bond so quickly, which is why we see so much Cloak and Dagger. But Energy gets the pick on Window to open up the huge Vanguard pick, and we've got the also Extermination putting the pressure on and backing the team up.
Oh man, Cooper got the freeze 2 onto Kaluj right there, but no follow-up afterwards after we saw the follow-up here too now from Energy. Dance of Butterflies just going to be able to do enough of that damage. Cooper with the rest of FlyQuest though, it's going to be able to keep them alive, but it's not going to keep SparkJet alive. Just very unfortunate. Aldios does get that trade though onto Cal after he used that judgment that we saw, and now it's just going to allow them to finish off what we see here from the front side of Envy.
Hello, Audios, a recent sub-in for this team. He's saying goodbye to Cal constantly. Insane trade there, especially on Cal at Final Judgment. That is not what you want to see. Energy 2 starting to really come into what we saw in that first Dom map, just forcing them now to get pushed back and bullying them on the map of their choice, their home court.
Oh, look at this. The animation canceled. The wall 2 from Groot. Magneto ult from Vez looking down below. Protection here, but it's not going to protect you from the clobbering Spark Chief who comes in. The Groot ult, the Strangling Prison, trying to bring them together here. Not going to be able to find just that one mark over to the other side. A nice split angle from FlyQuest as Aldios does have that extermination here. I have Agamotto now from Kaluj, but Energy's already done the damage, already found the 3K, forcing Envy back.
That was just a bunch of chaos. We've got the Groot wall to protect the whole team, but then you have the Meteor Imp crashing down on Kaluj, and then we have Window forced to use his imprisonment just as a space-making tool. But then this showcases the hero of the season. Ultron's ultimate is so great to not only put that pressure on, which he was doing, but also keep his team alive in the Agamotto.
Oh.
Needed a little boost.
Energy looked at Speedery once. You find Speedery in a closed room like that, you try to run away because you know the kidnap's coming, especially putting you in the line of sight of the rest of Energy's backline here instead. Great first pick. That's going to slow things down here for FlyQuest, and that's even going to put a dent to things. A follow from Kaluj too to find Zelos.
Insane job, though, just staying the whole team alive. I thought that was about to be a full wipe. Speedery, you can tell he's playing angry. He's definitely channeling his cosplay of Logan, who plays with full rage. Now as Vest trying to get that poke damage, create that space. And right now, there is no space to be given as Envy is feeling, again, just absolute mad as they're pushing forward.
Guess that works hand in hand with Shooter's positioning here, though. Gets the kid up onto Adios. Somebody helping me. Backs away. They have some ultimates, though. And there's that exterminate that you were mentioning, Adios. Not only having that just as quickly navigating away, just helps the backline here, too. But the Eternal Bond is going to build up that space to allow Envy to move all the way up. Yes, FlyQuest answered back with Cooper having the fate of both worlds, but that's just for the sustainability. And now you have to worry about Cal and the Judgment.
Yeah, we need to see more use here of this final judgment and getting just what you're looking for. Unfortunately, not getting everything they want here. Vest is going down, though, and this is going to open up now the window for them to defeat Window and push forward here. Spark Chief has that clobbering time. They can set up. Vest also, didn't use that Meteor M on final judgment. They can use this aggressively if they choose to do that. And Speedery on the prowl. Look at this.
Dude, Window also looks so scary, just poking his head out like a horror movie here. But the clobber in time, and Speedery now comes in, clawing right through them instead. Now the follow-up with the Magneto ultimate. Cluj misses its mark again. The dance of butterflies coming in from energy, at least from the backline here, but doesn't find once again. We're seeing a lot of these more neutral fights, as some of these raw fights and follows from Spark Chief is now going to be able to find 2, make it 3. Envy, they finally get cleared out, but it took a good amount of time out of FlyQuest.
Yeah, but that's what you're looking for. I mean, FlyQuest, are you kidding me? Unfortunately, Kalush just could not find a connection there for the Meteor M. Had to elect to use it on the Thing, which the guy has so much health. Not going to do much. Healers can top him right back off. And look at the ultimates. We've got Extermination. We have the Meteor M that's still been, held on to. And then we've got Zealous with the Invisible Boundary. This is definitely their point to take.
Adios already looking at them funneling right through that one hallway here, but you can't ignore Speedery, who's also got that last stand, Eternal Bond. Now, going to be able to contest here, and Cal too with the follow-up. Going to be able to find 2. Kalush right afterwards. Yes, they got cleared out, but they came back swinging.
Yeah, I mean, that was a massive pick to get right away to open things up, and they already used some of their stuff. We had the Extermination used. Right now, only 2 ultimates to give. Cooper does have that Fate of Both Worlds he can lean into, but if Envy can land this perfect Window ult, it could be a tough thing to counter up here, as we now have Adios just trying to farm his ult back up.
Marcelos has that reaction here. Cooper will have the Fate of Both Worlds to try to counter that. Seeing the timing of when Window will use that Strangling Prison instead. Energy, though, finds some great shots onto Speedery. He's going to be able to get reset, building into those support ultimates. Month had just used that God of Mischief earlier. And now Cal with that Judgment, looking at the Fate of Both Worlds, though, from the other side. Energy coming in, though, right on time, isolating them from the back. Gets the clear out from Envy. It's going to be a wipe.
Energy is just playing lights out. It wasn't even a dance. That was a surgical choreography of just violence. I mean, perfect play and execution there. Vest with the follow-up. That's what you're looking for. You only have 1 minute and 36 seconds. That's a significant time difference than what Envy had. But look, they didn't use much. They only had to use that dance, Vicky. They've got everything at their disposal.
Silent but deadly. The way that Energy approaches this right now, when you least expect it. And that was through Cal looking forward, holding up with that Judgment. Spark Chief now, they look around instead. Going to be able to pop in that Freedom, the Magneto ultimate of Dios 2 with the Extermination, though. The Magneto Meteor not going to find its mark once again here for Kalush.
Spark Chief trying to force out those lanterns. Does so successfully for a month. Unable to take them out, but they got the key cooldown. They've got to capitalize on this, though, because that was big. As Vest goes up, he goes down. He gets the hit, and the purple falls down on Month as they take them down, and they get the pressure forward. But, of course, Speedery doing Speedery things, taking out Adios. The Flyer's now gone, and a strategist.
And Vez, though, now not only cutting up that Eternal Bond, but then finding that next pick here, too. Energy has Cal's number in their heads. Window then goes down without using that group ult once again, too, having no opportunity.
That is not what you want. That's the same thing that happened in reverse of this point for Envy. Window just not being able to use this imprisonment, or really much of them, to the way that he wants to. We have another dance coming out. The butterflies. Here comes a lantern. Nice patience, though, not using it quite yet, but those cooldowns have been burned. Vicky, we're going to see this dance. Can he stay alive? Energy's picked, though. That's massive.
That's a huge pick here, too. Nice little snipe from Window. There goes the Strangling Prison right when they called for it, but Zelos was ready to go with the Invisible Boundary. Kalush is about to have that Freedom charge himself. It's a great stall potential as the overtime is now taking away FlyQuest desperately to stay on this point, being on the attack. Fate of Both Worlds activated from Cooper. Adios with the Extermination, who's been able to get that so quickly, but now you have to worry about the final judgment from Cal.
Cooper only has a couple seconds left on this ultimate, but it doesn't matter because Energy is back. They got the pick, but they had enough time to get him back and use that dance. But we're going to get what you see in competitive ladder all the time. The stalls from Captain America. I can do this all day. No, you can. He is done. He is out. And FlyQuest does the speechless 2-0 start against Envy. My God.
Oh, the fact that this is best of 5, FlyQuest right now with the immediate turnaround after their lackluster day 1 performance are now here 1 game away from putting themselves in the grand finals.
I cannot believe this run that they're on right now. Again, we saw it in the MRI, same thing. But this is even more impressive to go down to such a shock and to a point where we ranked FlyQuest at the top 4 and people were just clamoring, how could you put them so high? Well, this is why, guys, right here, right now. Hey, can we just point out 28 final hits from Energy? What in the actual heck?
Dude, what? The Energy was there at such good times, but not only that, was able to keep splitting up the attention from that back line. And even with that, I have to give props to Nero, who still put down 63,000 healing. It's difficult when you have to worry about Energy on the other side.
Just absolute perfection from them. And honestly, it just seemed like Envy did not have it together on defense there. The ults were not lining up at all. You know, Speedery, getting a couple big picks here and there, but I just did not, we definitely expect better Vanguard play from Window and Cluj, great players, but it just was not lined up there, especially on defense. And it was hard to deal with. Adios, honestly, doing an incredible job of peer pressure. The 3 strategist comp, you have so much to deal with at once, and they were unable to deal with it in the biggest moment.
You know what's great too? Seeing Adios pop off in the way that Adios did with Ultron, whereas in Envy, when they had tried to roll out with the Iron Man, Speedery had to make that force swap in that 3rd point because there wasn't a lot of cover to play off of and was getting focused a lot. And even with Envy having Cal on that Punisher, still had Adios being a problem. Combine that together with Energy.
Unfortunately, right now, Envy's looking more like empty, and I've got to now put Energy at this point into the conversation of one of the elite duelists in America. We've talked about him a lot, but the respect is being earned right now. It's not given, as we have seen, as we see the 5 feed unfold in front of us here. And I'm going to be the color of my jacket by the end of this thing because it's just pure chaos and maximum hype here. Adios, though, is the highlight that we've got for you right now. 29,000 damage on Ultron. This is truly the age of him as we look at these stats.
It's great to see how Ultron is also just developed as a character since Ultron's release. I feel like now a lot of people cannot ignore how good Ultron is. Of course, having that perfect back strategist to help you out is necessary here, but with the amount of output you have, damage on top of the assist that you could build up, it helps you a lot, especially when you have these flanking backlines moving forward, like when you have a Psylocke here on your team.
Yeah, without question. And again, if you guys are just now coming here, the reason this reaction you're getting from us is most people, I would say a large percentage, had Envy as the very best team. It went down a little bit after 100 Thieves clinching, but still, they've just been on a rampage for the last couple of months since the MRI and the MRC. And that's where this shock value is coming from. FlyQuest, though, it kind of feels like they're sentinels in the way of they get wins, they've done great things, but they're not always getting their flowers. They're definitely going to get them if they can finish the job here. And it could come down to right here, right now. Nobody had 3-0 FlyQuest in this best of 5. But if there's a team that can come back easily, it is going to be Envy if they can lock it up. And I've got to say, Vicky, a lot of this, it's just ran through Energy. If you can control him, you can control Fly.
Yep, another word for Envy, just generosity, I guess, right here, looking at the way that Envy has been playing. And right now, with FlyQuest just one more game away from sitting in the grand finals, it's right there. They can taste it, but will they do it?
Yeah, we're going to find out here in just a moment. You guys aren't going anywhere. Come on, it's match 3. We're going to go and jump in just a second. But first, we're going to take a quick break.
go!
Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss.
What's going on, guys? We head into match 3 between FlyQuest and Envy and Vicky. I'm looking at the stats, and the story tells it all. The damage is there for Envy. They have, in fact, some more than just FlyQuest, but the story is in the ultimate battles and the way they use those, but also the eliminations. We had both duelists going down 12 times for Envy in comparison to 8 of Energy and the rest of the team at that. That's going to be the majority of the story there.
And that's with Shreedery and Cal making a bunch of swaps to find certain counters at the very end between different checkpoints too when they were withheld. I also really do feel like the back line of FlyQuest were enabled a lot more. Yes, Adios, the Ultron, he got MVP. We see this all the time, but I have to constantly highlight Cooper, because Cooper, the damage outputs there, the freeze plays have been there too. We saw that follow-up too at one point between Bez coming in together with Cooper, Adios right side by side with Cooper. But this has been a problem, and I would be surprised if we don't see maybe a Psylocke ban, but it's been a lot of these target bans in general that we've witnessed, Cozy.
It's like the NFL. Stats don't always matter. You can have a flashy team, but the end result is it. And Nero had 63,000 healing, right? Like, you would think that combined with Vanguard's going for 30k plus will get the job done, but it was not the case. Now, we do have a different start, and obviously from Envy, because they're not liking what has been unfolding thus far. Storm locked in. Speedery, he wants to play the X-Men goddess over there. But on the other side, yeah, you can't ban energy because they went with Wolverine. He played Psylocke, and then, you know, vice versa. They're going to do the same thing here. Let's see what they look to do.
Or be able to protect the Magneto too. Man, Vez also was just on fire for FlyQuest, whether it was on the Strange, the Magneto in this case here. Looking at what we're going to be banning, though, from Envy onto FlyQuest, the Loki, maybe following something similar here, as the Loki's going to be one banned.
Yeah, and they're going to get the ban on both big Vanguards. They're going to get rid of Magneto here, most likely, right? Are they trying to bait them into that? Because Envy, they saved the Storm, not that early Vanguard that we've been seeing the story of. But the thing is, Envy can play a lot of Vanguards at a high level, as we've seen here. So they're going to probably go with, you know, either Groot, Cap, or Strange anyway. But they have both those out, and, you know, getting rid of Magneto opens up a ton for other heroes.
It also enables the Fate of Both Worlds, the Eternal Bond from the Cloak and Dagger. Not so scared here. You do have to worry about the Iron Man in case we do see that again, but we saw a lot of protection coming in from the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, definitely a very different story here. Clintar is always just a close and tight map. We've got the save, though, so they got rid of the Vanguards. This is going to be huge. They got rid of Emma, right? They got rid of Magneto. Two of Wolverine's, I would say, weaknesses, but energy doesn't seem to have much. But now you're going to have to deal with what is going to be a Groot Doctor Strange mix versus that Wolverine.
Oh, no. All right. Let's see how that's going to play out. I mean, I know that, you know, we've seen different iterations of these Vanguards taken advantage of. Let's see what that last save is going to be, though. And hovering over that Groot, it would make it the second. If they protect the Groot. Okay, yes. It's going to be the second time now in the entirety of Ignite that we've seen Groot protected.
That would have been insane if some reason FlyQuest just goes for the whole Vanguard shut off. But yeah, definitely, you know, Window, I would say once a lot of those ults back from Yggdrasil, his performance was great. Yeah, 36,000 damage, 11 final hits. But he's going to want to make sure he, you know, kind of irons in those ults, the group hugs, as I like to call them, here as we finish things off and we wrap things potentially up with this matchup. Punisher, though, banned for Cal.
Okay, and then we get to see here on the other side, no Cap there too, saving the Wolverine, the Magneto in favor for FlyQuest here. But looking at Kaluge, we know the flexibility that Kaluge has, Window being on that group here too. Considering the fact that we're also now moving on, seeing Speedery being on the Storm, Nero being on that Ultron, I'm expecting a lot more of that flying action too, but it's going to be good because here on Clintar, you have a lot more of that verticality that you can work around.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it yesterday. Cal was struggling, and it's a little bit there today. Now he doesn't have Punisher. That is where a lot of the story's unfolding. It looks like he's on Mantis for now. Maybe they go the triple strategist path here, but we go to Clintar. And we've got the symbiote, the escort, over to Noel himself as we begin match 3. FlyQuest versus Envy. Could FlyQuest sweep or maybe a reverse sweep? There's a lot in store.
First time Storm is locked in. First times for a lot of things, it looks like already within this first series that is the best of 5. Let's get this started. 1 game win away for FlyQuest to take it home to meet up in the grand finals. As we're going to get started already here, Envy just looking ahead as they're going to be able to now navigate away through this alleyway, and look where Energy's positioning is on this Wolverine.
He's stalking. He's ready to go. He's trying to get his first hit in the limb of the match. He's targeting Window hard. You're going to see it a lot today as the high ground, as Obi-Wan once conquered, is going to be for FlyQuest now with Energy kind of on the left side. They're going to go right up Main Street, Vicky.
Going to take their time here, looking over the right side. I like the FlyQuest positioning, though, still getting out of the line of sight of Envy. Off to that right angle. Window, though, having to split that attention and seeing Energy trying to get the kidnap. Nice little save here, but it's not going to be enough as Vez is going to be able to get the finishing blow onto Nero.
Vez has been playing some of the greatest Magneto play in this tournament. Top tier kid, he goes crazy. We've seen a lot from him, but I've got to say, Vez, hello. The respect is there as we move forward. Vez with, as we speak of him, now getting both supports or 2 of them down. Now going down as Mantis, and the Mantis pick is very curious here, right? Obviously, you can have the damage boost there. Maybe they're just trying to have Speedery carry. Maybe at this point, it's like, Speedery, just do what you do best, man. We need you to get out of this 2-0 hole that we're in.
And you can also just try to get the damage boost onto Nero. Kaluge, though, with the stun at the same time as Energy. If it isn't the torch after you ban it, if it isn't anything else, Energy then comes in. No Psylocke necessary with the Wolverine to get that finishing blow. And then with Alvio saying goodbye to the rest of the competition. More time wasted away from Envy.
Just absolute crazy. That ult just does it. It doesn't just clear space. It just creates the graveyard that we're used to seeing. It's crazy the amount of pressure right now. And Speedery, though, does get that pick on Audios. You have Nero now coming back with Extermination, but that Eternal Bond's going to be there just in time as Energy trying to go for the kidnap. But we do have the Grid ult connecting. They were looking for this last time. Speedery with the cleanup. We've got every ult coming out. They've used their entire ultimates outside of Gal, and it looks like they're going to at least get this first fight done.
And with Month keeping everyone alive as well through the fate of both worlds, Speedery is the final blow here. Going to be able to clean up the rest of FlyQuest. Great takeover now, and they're going to be able to have some of that extra time in the time bank here, while FlyQuest are trying to go take control over that one corridor over that right side.
Yeah, 4 minutes left, right? And that was just perfect execution of the ults, and Speedery just going off here as Storm. I can see it right away. You've got the Storm Protect. You've got the Mantis with the non-stop damage boost. That blue arrow, you're going to see it the entire time, Vicky. It's going to be non-stop for Speedery. And that's what you do for your best players. Ready with everything on the line here as we have the fastball special ready to go out.
Let's go. Gotta pocket them. Gotta give them that boost that they need. And Energy sending him out here like a Pokemon, trying to find the one target from the skies. But once you think you can escape here, the Omega Hurricane coming out from Speedery. Window had found Vez too in the process. This is gonna be a cleanup and another reset coming out of FlyQuest to then re-engage onto Envy.
That's exactly what you want if you're Envy right now. You didn't have to use that much. A little bit of a stagger that they're trying to get there on Bruce Banner. Energy going out too. Now it's going to take a long time for this team to get back together. And they only had to use that Omega Hurricane. And the fact of having Windows ult ready to rock and roll now too, as well as the Agamotto. They've got what they need here with 3 minutes and all momentum.
It's a big stall though, at least from Energy, to just linger on that point to prevent any sort of progress from Envy. And now as they wrap around, FlyQuest will still have time themselves to try to contest here on the point, dropping down from the high ground just temporarily before re-engaging up on top of that bridge. Spark Chief gets the stun though onto Speedery. Here comes the Extermination now coming in from Nero, but the fate of both worlds is going to help them stay alive. The Mantis ultimate too with the Soul Resurgence just to then re-engage. Cal gets stunned just temporarily, but the Soul Resurgence ends right on time. Energy then finds that blow onto Cal here, and over to the other side, Spark Chief still always having that ultimate ready to go just to get that reset.
Energy trying to get everybody grouped up so we can get the huge Berserker Rage off, but we've got the Agamotto coming in clutch here. I like the switch for Spark Chief, though. That Hulk swap was massive to take care of Speedery, but also put the pressure on. We've seen him do it before. That's a big, green, mean machine, and he does it again.
I'm scared. It's terrified. Puts you in the blender here instead. Works out for FlyQuest Spark Chief, and a huge stagger with the rest of the team. Oh, no. He's just the boy. Window sending him back, but that's a big stagger away from Envy.
Yeah, that I am Groot was just one big help. Good God, in my life. But anyway, as we go and push forward here, love what the adjustments have been made here for FlyQuest. All of a sudden, that 5-minute clock is down to 1 minute and 56 seconds. We've got 20, though, for Envy. And Energy, though, opening up with the Nero kidnap in the air. He's going crazy.
Dude, he is shooting out these birds from the sky right now with the way he's been trying to kidnap them out. Dios now going to be able to clear up some more space with that judgment. Even if it doesn't find its mark, it finds it at least there onto Window, but nobody could peek a toe out of line. Just going to be able to buy even more time away from him, forcing them to go off to the right side.
Yeah, back-to-back rough eliminations there for Window. As that ult ready to go there, Speedery looking to open up with that Omega Hurricane. But they have both the Eternal Bond and, yeah, that dance floor ready to rock and roll here. Omega coming out. Let's see which one goes out first. It's going to be the dance floor. Nice little 2 ticks to really save that damage coming in. And my goodness, the Clouds, there's 0% chance of any storms at this moment.
Yeah, the Clouds have not cleared up just yet. Instead, you could call it in with the way that FlyQuest has once again just pushed everybody out. Even with the attempt that we're currently seeing from the other side with Speedery now not having not again. Window just came back.
Yeah, he was Groot. Now he is Groot again in about 10 seconds. Just rough time there. Weather report is 100% chance of respawn there for Speedery.
99 wood cutting here. Just with the way that Window has just been completely staggered back to back. Slicing, though, is going to be energy, trying to get another kidnap. Nice protection right there, too, but it's not going to be enough here as the Eternal Bond now comes up. Manta's ultimate to keep everybody in. Eye of Agamotto for Eye of Agamotto, but the whole shields helping them out right on time. Cooper getting that finishing blow, though, but that stops Envy with that win condition. Kalush really was leaning into the Eye of Agamotto.
Back to back, Eye of Agamotto's both strangers seen 14 million outcomes, and they still somehow chose to not get that done there for either team. But we have Speeder going in now, trying to get that pick. There's nothing to keep him up. And they get it, but the cloak bubble just being an ultimate within itself. Such a good ability as Audio's now putting the pressure back on, getting rid of Speeder. It's overtime clock picky. This could be it.
The counter ult, though, that Audio's used against Speedery. 2 out for Envy this time around. And FlyQuest, after dancing it up with the fate of both worlds, keeps FlyQuest alive. Energy getting 2 here. Vez popping off. Hey, stop Energy before they get to that second checkpoint.
This is some of the most locked-in, perfect play that this is a good day for FlyQuest to play their absolute best and a bad day for Envy, unfortunately, to be playing some of their worst. It's just tough for this team that I know has a lot of talent on that team. It's just not coming together right now. It's not working right now for Envy. That is a huge stop for Fly.
I just feel like the way that they've had to invest a lot of these bans to deal with energy specifically here too just allows Audios to also have that moment of popping off. Now seeing some swap ups here to see how they're going to lead into this. This is do or die situation right now for Envy.
4.5. That was a 4.5 minute hold for FlyQuest. 4.5 minutes. And not to mention the first fight was done in 10 seconds. Envy won. And then they proceeded to hold, and they just could not finish up that point. And everything right now, obviously Speeder 20k, but everything's going towards him at the moment. Cal now over to Wolverine, off what was that Mantis to help out, right? But at this point, you're gonna have to put the defense of your life, right? The 80s Bears defense here for Envy.
It's gonna be really hard. Can you also imagine just being the mental window who got staggered like what, twice, 3 times or so, just trying to get back to the rest of the team?
Yeah, just absolute rough. Again, just now back-to-back days, unfortunately, here for Envy. But hey, again, they can get the job done. They can turn it off. But will that switch be flipped as Vest is bringing in the portal and the pressure right away? He's thinking, oh, do I want to go up to Cal? He's like, nah, he's had enough right now. Let's go up ground. This is kind of the common competitive ladder spot for a lot of teams as they're just taking this up ground. But we've got Sparks Chief and Energy going right up Main Street.
Taking a roundabout position with them being up on this high ground here too, but while the other 2 members from the back line just try to sandwich them, it's the FlyQuest special Energy though, takes a lot of damage, 1 shot, nice protection and bubble that we currently see coming out too from Zelos. Cooper right on top of it from the protection of Vez's shield. Spark Chief though going down first though, just sets up Envy to have the man advantage. In this case, Cal backs away, is able to get reset.
Yeah, good TBS there, making sure Spark Chief is a non-factor and trying to get rid of that Hulk green machine right away. He'll have to take the up path. He can get back pretty fast, though. Cal, though, full rage up top, trying to hunt his prey, but he's forcing now FlyQuest to back up a bit. They're kind of swapping spawns at this point, as now Energy's looking for his hunt. It's going to be a Wolverine on Wolverine action as the Logan square up.
Gotta bring out the final adamantium here to this fight. Cal, though, eliminates here Avios, isolates him rather. Kalush deals the finishing blow, but inside Nero's having the concert clapping the life away as Cal then follows up with the damage output. FlyQuest, they get wiped here.
Yeah, and again, this first point is pretty tough to take. Look at the stagger too. Sparks is trying to get back. Yeah, this is, for the Groot on the last match, right? I would say this is one of the tougher points to take if you're not locked in, and they only have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to take what was a legendary defensive effort from FlyQuest. We just might see it. We might see it here as 2 minutes are on the clock. Energy swapping over to match now Speedery.
Good use of it.
Look at the ultimate economies, though. Currently got 5 available for Envy, about to be 6 from Cal. So approaching that, well, FlyQuest do have those strategist ultimates just to keep everyone alive. It's going to be big to see how Vez approaches this Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, they've got everything under their disposal. Luckily, though, FlyQuest has the defensive measures they need, and they've got the final judgment that they want here for Audios. Here comes the Eternal Bond to open things up. We're getting Kalush to open up with the eye, and he pops and takes down Audios. No final judgment here today, at least for this match now. Perfect placement of ultimates if you're Team Envy. And we're going up and down with the Berserker. Cal, oh, the perfect Perfect dance, Vicky.
Yeah, the fate of both worlds right there, too. And that was after getting stunned by the Eye of Agamotto, by the way. Cooper had stayed alive, utilized that fate of both worlds, reset FlyQuest after they lost out on Zelos earlier on. And now you have to deal with the Omega Hurricane. Oh, economy for Envy here. Window coming in. Clobbering time, but Avios coming in late with the final judgment. It's going to be just enough of that damage to melt them down.
Yeah, and you get that early pick, but unfortunately you have to deal with Punisher at the end of it here, but they get a big invisible boundary to keep things up. There's one tick left. That's huge for Envy to come back, and Nero gets energy, and now gets Spark Chief, and my goodness, 55 seconds with only a sliver.
But it was Kalush who just stayed on that point, stayed alive for as long as possible for the rest of Envy to recontest. That was such a big swap into that invisible boundary. Now you have less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that Kalush, they're going to stagger him. They don't have the portal to come back now. It's going to be rough. But at that point, it was perfect. And Kalush able to stall it out here. Now, Ultimate's in favor. Vest does have that Agamotto. But if we look towards the strategist, it's going to be all eyes on Nero. Can he get that far enough in time? It's the closest strategist between all teams to get the dance out. Those 12 seconds of immunity could be all they need to get to the next match here, as we have 16 seconds. We can't lose Vest early here. What Agamotto's going to land?
Oh, it's slowly taking away, though, before recontesting. Fate of both worlds now. The Omega Hurricane, it sounds like, here from Energy this time around. They're making that swap themselves, but the fate of both worlds still lingers for now. It lasts way too long, negating that with the counter. The Eye of Agamotto from Vest. It does fine, too, but it's going to come in from the other side this time around from Kalush, and it's going to be a dance-off. Great timing from Cooper to enable Avios, which actually may help them out, but it's way too much damage in the long run.
Cooper unable to keep, unfortunately, Invisible Woman up, but did get it just in time. But they're getting the perfect limbs to get the job done here. Can Envy get it done? There's only a sliver left, not only on the point, but the overtime clock. How slicing. He's dicing energy now as Psylocke trying to get away. We've got the storm, the clouds opening up. Omega Hurricane coming down. Will this be the storm they're looking for? Just a sprinkle as he's going for the eliminations, pushing. One sliver left, Vicky.
The fight keeps on going, though, even with energy falling this time around, swapping over to that Solid to get back just as quickly. Vez finds Cal. Two, those stun coming out of Smart Chief with the clobbering time, too. It's the fact that you can dance around this portal, get into the line of sight, use it as protection. The fate of both worlds. The Eye of Agamotto now finding three. It finds Nero. I can't believe this. They did it. They did it in overtime with just a sliver, a pixel of that overtime bar away. It took everything. 4 different re-engagements from both teams.
I don't even, that was the ultimate combos were as tight. It was so tight it could hold vibranium shields together. That was so perfect of execution, but also not C9ing. I mean, Audios' pinky toe was on that point to keep it alive. I can just, if you're Envy, you're not happy because you had everything locked in there to go to the next map. They can go to 4, but here we go. Vest now trying to open things up for the team. There's a minute and 55 seconds here, Vic.
Oh, it's just the most insane overtime takeover. That window drops in. Covering time, it said, getting a little bit of revenge, a taste of your own medicine if you're FlyQuest after what Spark Chief just did. That's going to wipe out the entire team from FlyQuest.
Yes, we got 95% there on Zelos. Cooper's getting close here. Spark Chief, listen, we've got what he is getting close to for Monster Hulk. This is going to be a tough point to push this far. They had 4 minutes, Envy, and couldn't get the job done. But let's see if FlyQuest can get it.
Struggled on getting that point in the first place, though. Kalush has the Eye of Agamotto. FlyQuest playing a bit split up. Energy's about to get the Dance of Butterflies after we noted that swap. Avios with the final judgment, maybe some help here from Zelos, but then they can just kite away from the invisible boundary as Energy gets into position here, just looking over to the side to boost up that Dance of Butterflies as they now have it.
Only 60 seconds.
Yeah, not on Captain America, but on Psylocke, he can do it all day. We've seen these staggers from the strategist. Can he go? There's the Dance of the Butterflies opening up, forcing the boundary out, which is clutch with 50 seconds on the clock. Nero, though, coming close to that fate of both worlds. Audios going down to Speedery, though, and from there, it looks like a good snowball. They're pushing them back.
That invisible boundary was huge, and you know that Cal clenched up just a little bit after they cleaned up the rest of FlyQuest because he was a pixel away from that invisible boundary and had gotten stunned earlier, too, from Spark, but was able to get saved and then do enough damage to send FlyQuest back.
Yeah, right now, not just a snowball, but a full avalanche that we're seeing from Envy. They're holding on to the olds. Both teams have everything locked and loaded. This is going to be like the Infinity Gauntlet coming all together at once as the stones collide. In these matches, these teams, they want it all. It's win. It's go home for Envy. Let's see.
It's war though, and the Kidnapped immediately dive here with the last stand. Huge first pick as Vest had the Eye of Agamotto. The Judgment now coming in from Alios, looking to the other side, but then it's the counter from Nero. It's the dance off of Fate of both worlds. That's going to keep the Judgment up, but the Eye of Agamotto finding Zealous and Spark Team. Zealous going to use the Invisible Under next.
Every single cue, every button being pressed, as we like to say here, as both teams throwing up both strategies to keep things alive. Best still has that Eye of Agamotto, though. Can't get things going. Monster Hole coming out. Zealous, so traded with Cal. That's a huge pick to get the momentum. Cooper now trading with a window. Overtime clock is on. Envy is out at the moment. Envy, again, looking empty, but they have to push it a far way. They're going to get the portal lock off here on the main doors. We've seen this a lot. Try to slow things down. They're going to get a little bit of peeking here. What are they going to do? And most importantly, Vicky, what path are they going to take to close off?
Kidnap BBC, just waiting out that one last straggler, trying to isolate at least two members right there at the very same time. Good timing on the portal to look behind them here just to make sure. You can already see Alios looking beyond. The rest of Envy, though, have cycled around through that tunnel here over to the side corridor and are looking to re-engage with some ultimates.
They haven't been able to yet. Can they stop energy? This one last dance of the butterflies. No speedery. Their MVP is going down. That's a huge pick early. We are getting the pushback, though. They stop the Agamotto from Vest. That's massive for momentum. We do have Month here ready, getting close to what they can do. But, oh my goodness, at this point, it's just going to be a neutral fight. Who can get the E-limbs? Nero starts it.
Oh, the follow from Nero off the Eye of Agamotto here too. Envy, they found two picks. Overtime taken away. You're lacking time. The invisible boundary from Zelos tries to reset, but left on the Kidnap. Fence is pushed out of it thanks to Cal with some support with Window just yeeting him right back in their direction. You try to dance your heart out, Cooper, but there's only so much you could do as your teammates are dropping.
One of these Luna Snows is going to lose the show. There's only a sliver yet. Right now, Cal is slicing. He's nice to get the job done. We have energy coming back here. Spider-Man trying to get things together. Envy is the emotion, but victory is the result. They get things interesting. It's now 2-1.
They said, are you not entertained? We got a show on our hands. We ain't going down without a fight. Puts a stop to what FlyQuest was trying to attempt.
Yeah, again, if one team can get it done, if one team can get it done, it's Envy. We've seen this before. Both these teams have been here, but my goodness, this is Marvel Rivals at its freaking peak, folks, and I just can't get enough of it. Great job, both teams. Look at these stats. They look ridiculous. Looks like my career stats on the characters. Insane job.
Looking on the other side here too, Speedery once again 15 final hits, alongside that with Cal with 14 final hits. But the swap ups of desperation that we saw from FlyQuest there, whether it be the Spider-Man, the Venom at some points there too, but losing those two crucial fights that they got pushed to their spawn after they got the payload moving, finally was very detrimental, honestly, with the way that they just ran out of their time bank before that second checkpoint.
I love how Envy relied just on the Speedery show there for majority of it, and it showed. We saw into the stats and the clutchness, though, but every single role stepped it up. It was a bit rough there on the offensive push, but the Vanguards came back fully. I love both these teams. Love these players. Been watching all of them for as long as they've been in Rivals Esports. Again, new scene, but now we're going on, getting closer to a year as we're getting around where beta was live here. But from start to finish, also, I thought Cal on defense played a lot better. That's what you're looking for from that professional player. The ultimates were just, it was just a hair away from both teams at one moment. But Envy, again, get the job done. And now at this point, it's going to be FlyQuest to pick the map and make things even more interesting.
I was about to say now that, FlyQuest being on the losing side of this interaction here, the team who does lose that map gets to pick what side they want to start on, as well as the ban side. And that could work into their favor, looking at how both of these teams, though, have very similar map stats.
Yeah, honestly, I just said it, but I gotta just say, hats off, Cal. Way to just really step it up here on that last play. And again, yeah, you make a great point there. I think we could see similar strategies. The bans, the picks, remained about the same here as Nero clutching up. Nero had some insane final hits. Those 9 right there, all of them mattered at each point. 3 of them coming at the very end in that neutral fight with that Agamotto from Kalush. 42,000 healing to get the job done. My goodness, only 6 eliminations too. Not a lot for what we saw.
And that's together with Month, who had so many clutch invisible boundary moments, especially at the end, staying alive just to get it when you're so close and everybody is blowing up their ultimates. You want to try to get desperately there. Month had gotten there, but man, we got a game on our hands here. Envy just now looking to crawl back after the lead that FlyQuest had already built up within the first 2 games.
Just as a fan of this game, honestly, like I just love watching this. I never mind being a caster, just like playing day in, day out, thousands of hours. I mean, I love what we're watching out here at the top level. It's where this really shines in esports again, being born right before our eyes. One team is going to escape with a legacy, better spot, seeding for the playoffs, and more money. And the other team is going to be sent packing. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got another match, match 4 coming up. We're going to take a quick break.
Today, the age of Ultron begins. Termination. Challenge me, you animals. Average production. You would have failed without me. The virus takes hold. Extermination! All targets eliminated.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Envy versus FlyQuest. You've got the underdogs that could win. People are cheering, but now it could be the comeback. And I've got to highlight everything before we head into our next match. Now, loser picks the map, Vicky, and if I'm FlyQuest, I think I'm going back to Domination. After what I did on map 1, I would pick Domination personally as the modes are going to reset too. A couple things I wanted to highlight though. Cal switching to Wolverine was huge. We saw the ban from Envy to FlyQuest for Wolverine, but we did not see it in reverse. We probably get that this time. Also want to highlight that portal at the end from Vest. Love it. I know what he was trying to do, but you could have used that a ton to go back into the point.
Yeah, well, I thought he was trying to block them out or try to get a kidnap at some point. They're just waiting out. You see the last members of Envy moving outside those spawn room gates. But then at the same time, you just gave up so much space because you didn't block out that one corridor to let everybody through. Like maybe a little too late here. You let everyone in already at that point. Everyone's starting to engage. You split up your back line to look behind you. Dios was looking behind as well as one other support player. I believe it was Cooper. And at the very end, that takeover just had them stagger longer and longer. Of course, their spawn room doors being way further to try to recontest in the situation.
It is domination after all. That's what I thought they were going to do, guys. Imagine the comeback. Imagine the upset. Either one can happen right here, right now, as Emma's the first ban. And guess what? Speedery is going to get his Human Torch.
Okay. Immediately puts the protect on that, making sure that they have the opportunity here. Then that's coming off of the fact that FlyQuest had gotten that banned first. So now they want to be able to prioritize making sure they get rid of the Emma Frost. Then the Magneto next. They're doing something very similar, trying to take care of these Vanguards.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, as we go into the next bit of it now, we're going to get that save for Magneto. Vest is going to want to play that mag. We know he is that master of magnetism. No magnetism from him. And for the first ban to fire away here, this is where it's like, do we see Luna get banned here? Do we see them go after energy yet again with the Psylocke Wolf in the later half of these triple bans? We're about to find out.
Or if they want to enable the torch here, I was going to say either prevent another torch or a Punisher in this case here. But now moving forward, I'm expecting more of the strategist bans.
Yeah, absolutely here. Torch getting out of the picture here, and Ultron would be a big ban here to get rid of Nero. Nero and Speedery both play Ultron to a very high level, so I like this ban a lot. We've been having this Captain America ban, which, again, I think some people might be shocked at, but at the end of the day, you know, at this level of play, he can do so much, especially on domination when you get that first cap, just like you would see in that ladder. Now, that save is happening. Is it Wolverine? Do they protect what they want here from energy? Potentially, but it is. Okay, I thought they could go with Wolf here, Vic, or Strategist.
I mean, they would have no issue trying to knock down that torch from the sky. We've seen it already used up before, and they're tired of the Hulk. We see a Hulk ban because Spark Chief has just been the problem here when it comes to re-engaging a lot from FlyQuest and maybe even trying to utilize that domination duo that we saw before between Spark and then the No More that we also had from Adios.
Yeah, Spark Chief has just been popping off as the Gamma God himself, and just respect. There's that tip of the cap. Envy getting rid of that Hulk once and for all now. Doctor Strange Protect. We've been seeing this. We saw this yesterday a lot. So good here for this point on Krakoa. They get rid of the Thing, which, hey, I like it. You know, shutting down a lot of that strategist play early. You got Emma gone, Magneto gone, the Thing gone. That's going to force now probably just going to be the Groot and the Strange.
More than likely here. Gonna see window Cap. The Cap, of course, too, on the other side. We did see Cap try to mirror that alongside FlyQuest at the same time in that very first map. So already making some swaps here already. But this is gonna look good. And this is domination. This is where we saw FlyQuest fly, literally.
Yeah, and honestly, if you can get if FlyQuest can get control of the flying and they can get that top space like we saw in Yggdrasil, as you guys see, first two going to FlyQuest, the comeback could happen, the upset could happen, either or. We saw Adios just on Ultron, and the man delivered both damage and healing, did a great job. So if they're able to get that job done with triple strategist yet again, I like their odds a lot here on Krakoa. Honestly, I think Krakoa has been such a great addition. The portals people may not love, but I think the entire map and the flow of it has put on just incredible games.
I like it. It's very nice. I like the music there too. I'd be jamming out whenever we pick up our characters, of course, but not only is the map aesthetically pleasing, I really like the portal play opportunities of closing in the gap to then do like a really intense re-engage. And we may be seeing that this time around as we get set up here. Envy put themselves on the board, but one more game win away from FlyQuest to be sitting in the grand finals.
That bubble going to Captain America makes him fly. He's already fast enough. My goodness. Here goes Cal back on Wolverine. We thought maybe we would see the band and respect it, but Energy, we've seen him on Logan and what he can do, and it is absolutely terrifying as we got the fastball special. Spark Chief doesn't need the Hulk this time around. He's going to throw him right on to Cal. We're going to get Wolverine on Wolverine. Open things up.
It was like a jump scare. Just immediately yeets it in this direction, point blank at the same time here, too. A lot of poking and prodding from both angles, just trying to find that opening pick. Energy though, gets that kidnap. This is going to be it onto Kalush. Very big first pick in favor for FlyQuest here. Envy now having back way before they try to just stall as long as possible to prevent this FlyQuest from having that lead.
Energy is what single-handedly carried the first domination round, and will he do it again? We're about to find out. It was the Energy, it was the best show, and the whole team collaborating together here as Energy gets yet another pick, and Vest follows up here. Now we got the Supernova slowly getting charged up for Envy, but on the inverse side, we got Invisible Boundary and Extermination about to be unlocked.
And it's only so many bans you could have, and if you try to target that Energy again out here too, like the 17 final hits that Energy had the last time they played on Domination just 2 games ago, Spark now is going to be able to get Speedery, huge first pick, because that was going to build into the Supernova for this next engagement.
A big domination because they felt confident. We're seeing it right here. Yeah, Speedery unable to charge up that ultimate that he was so close to is a big stagger and finish there as Window going down as well. Adios is right where he was on Asgard, locked, loaded, and ready to control with the newest hero in Marvel Rivals in Ultron here as he's got that extermination. He can use it for pressure. He can use it to save the team. They've got all 3 strategists, and it's going to start with Adios.
Adios continuously being the problem. If it's not the Namor, it's the Ultron instead. It does get answered back by the Fate of both worlds now, displayed from both sides, even from Cooper here, just allowing them to keep up this pressure. Zelos then has the next Eternal Bond, but Envy are playing this a lot more slowly.
Yeah, absolutely here as Envy now, they do have everything on lockdown, but FlyQuest is ready to respond with it. Kalush now with the perfect raise up and down in the Agamotto, but oh, the Eternal Bond to keep things going. Cal, though, does get that hit on Cooper to remove not only Cooper, but a ton of healing from this team fight.
Although Energy still surviving was insane right there. Going back to the safety, the safe big arms of the Eternal Bond. Magneto ult from Vez. Is going to be able to find his spark, but there was that Supernova from Speedery earlier on just to keep harassing them from inside this room. Monk does find Adios. It's a nice little trade-off from Energy earlier, but FlyQuest are just going to be able to back away here. They're still stalling for as long as possible because FlyQuest already at nearing 95+%.
Yeah, it's going to be 99% cap, which is going to be crazy here as now we have Envy just a moment away. Month now getting that trade on Adios was huge. He has another extermination ready to go. But if we look on their side, Window can stall forever here with that cap ult. You have Cal going out with the Dance of the Butterflies. They need to slow things down, FlyQuest. You've got 99%. Looks like the port's probably going to go there, but no, they're going to keep it. Gas on, brakes off, remove him from the car as Adios is throwing down the extermination with that pressure. Window now forced to ult, running around Steve Rogers, doing it all day. Cal looking for the skies and the pick. Vicky, can he get Adios? He does.
Ooh, the follow-up for Speedery. Good communication right there, too. Cal now just jumps right back around. Gets the reset here, too. Gets propped up as well by Spark being on the thing. And he's about to have clobbering time. It's just waiting out to see this ultimate here as Nero stops the dance off of the Fate of both worlds from both sides. The collide as Energy jumps in, finds 2, and it's looking unstoppable with the way that Energy plays on these domination maps on Wolverine.
I believe that was mid-ult, too. He stopped the Eye of Agamotto, and they removed the brakes on purpose because it was all gas. It was all FlyQuest, and it is now Envy with 1 map left. And their hopes of advancing to the grand finals for seeding for Legacy on the line.
The best lower bracket run we have ever seen thus far. Let us not forget FlyQuest lost to Ego Death 2-0 day 1 here and have made the comeback. Now 1 more game round win from sitting in the grand finals.
Energy, good gosh, I can't say enough. I'm just so impressed right now. I've seen, again, young kid and the performance he's put on thus far, and I've watched him develop. He was a lot of hella for a while, and now that they've kind of let him loose, and to Wolverine's point, the leash unleashed as we go into what could be our final map between these 2 teams.
Can't be tamed. Cannot be tamed here. It's fitting, especially having things just to yeet Energy forward. It's going to set things up here together into following up a lot of these team combos that we're currently seeing from FlyQuest, and they'll have Spark with that ultimate with the clobbering time.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we've got that clobbering time to set up a lot, as you've pointed out here. And Envy, they used everything to try to hold on to that point and could not do it. But Cal will be able to get some crucial picks here. There's no strategist holds to keep him alive. He's going to want to farm this fast and then go for that dance right away. Not the Luna, but the Psylocke sword slashes as Energy slashes away, gets those hits. It goes for the point on the immediate unlock as Window matches.
We have to highlight, though, what Envy has changed up, though. They've brought out the Jeff, they brought out the Storm, so they're going to be able to try to pull out some of the strats that we've seen earlier on. Again, against FlyQuest themselves.
Yeah, not the Jeff NATO. Not the last resort Jeff NATO, but you got Speedery window switching from Cap to that Jeff. We've got a Jeff sighting here, and we're a couple months away from Shark Week as Adios now with that extermination, keeping the team alive. Kalush trying to stall. This is going to be the Omega Hurricanes. The clouds open up. The tornado goes down, but clobbering time lands.
It's the right time for it when it's Hurricane Season 2. You found both of the back lines here from FlyQuest, and now it's just a matter of time before you meet them back in the spawn.
I always love when it's just so much fighting, and then you look at the cap, and it's only 11%. You're like, oh my gosh, it's already felt like an eternity. Good swap up, though. I like that. They didn't even have to use the Jeff Neto there. They just used Speedery and the Omega Hurricane. Now, again, we've got Cal here. All those changes, too. Remember, this is the old build, so those changes have not come into this yet. And those are significant because they definitely tamed Jeff Nato down a bit.
It's a really good point here. Just to highlight, not playing on the current build right now. A lot of practicing currently with the way that Envy has been able to take advantage of a lot more of these different compositions. We're going to yeet out the Wolverine, try to find that mark onto Speedery perhaps, setting it all the way forward, wrap around the pillar, finds him again, but the pushback though just stops the attempt on trying to isolate that storm. Now Cal comes up here on the high ground, and the fate of both worlds, the dance up to keep them alive on the low ground.
Adios is trying to get just begging to be a part of the dance floor. Frank Castle just trying to get any of that healing. Perfect play from Energy, but perfect response as well with the kidnaps that they're looking for. We've got now the Jeff Nato. It's coming out. Here it is. They're swallowing him up and ready to spit him out as they get 1, now 2. And can they make it 3 to 4, Vic?
Oh, baby, it's a triple, it's a quad, it's a wipe, it looks like here. FlyQuest have been mollywhopped, and they've been the victims of the Sharknado.
It's a Cat 5, an absolute Cat 5 there from Speedery, and that's what they were looking to do. Again, when times are tough, you pull out the Jeff Nato, and we see that right here, right now, as we've got now 76%. Again, this is for advancement. Envy's got to win here, or it's the end.
We've seen this before from Envy. Beating Solaris in a very close series themselves here. They had the Luna ban. They came out with a Sharknado comp here too. And now it's working out for them this time around. Month has that invisible boundary. Spark, though, gets stunned temporarily. Backs away right on time after making that top over to the Venom.
Yeah, that Venom just to keep things going here with 99%. They got to touch. They're touching now. We got Final Judgment up for Frank Castle. That's their main focus. They've got to get this down here. He doesn't have any strategies to keep him alive too, but he is going to dance in that cloak bubble, which might as well be to keep him up and healthy. Now Kalush is trying to keep things going. Cal trades there with energy. That's huge, and that's going to be the map.
Oh, the round here for Envy. This is big. Not only being able to hide out of the line of sight of the Punisher ult, but good timing on making sure you can isolate the backline. We are truly going the distance.
Listen, this Envy reminds me of a sports team. I don't know if you guys can relate what teams you guys follow, but it's like your team can never just win. They've got to win in the most narrow margin of victory to get the job done, keep things spicy, and that heartbeat fast. And we're seeing that from Envy. When everything's on the line, they keep getting the job done, but they have to do it one more time.
Better late than never, I always say, especially when you got to change things up. You have to take out the Sharknado composition. And even when you come out with the Sharknado and it works in those two different interactions, even if you don't want to utilize the Jeff ult for that first engagement, it was all about timing there to just make sure that they stay on that point and prevent FlyQuest from taking it over.
Dude, 29k damage from Speedery is just silly. It's just absolute silly, showing one of the GOATs right now of Rivals. A great job from these strategists front, all three of them with good healing up there for FlyQuest. Both teams, they want it so bad. We saw the raw emotion from Spark Chief and the team on Twitter, and now it's Envy who has to hold it one more time. FlyQuest, they're right there. They're mere inches as we begin.
Jumping in from the portal this time. Envy neighboring that in front of them. Luis being on that Captain America too. For Spark Chief just staying on this Venom. Jumps in and gets annihilated, deleted. You blink, you may have missed it. And Cal gonna be able to pick that up, and now is currently trying to eye Energy in this 1v1 sidelock duel.
Yeah, goodbye, Symbiote. Go back to Null. No more. Venom is gone here as we go into... We have Cooper and Spark Chief, though, with that Wombo combo of ultimates. If you guys don't know, Venom, Luna, deadly there with the damage boost as we head in here, trying to push in Vest now, trying to farm up that ult, but the sky's opening up again. Here's the Jeff Nato.
Oh, it was just a matter of time. The fate of both worlds desperately utilized from Cooper, trying to keep everyone alive, but Spark gets caught in the crossfire, gets brought down, and Nestle's Vez, the Eye of Agamotto, though, gets pushed all the way back. Talk about the timing here from Month on that Invisible Woman to make sure that that was no impact.
Yeah, I mean, Month is doing a great job on those Ivagamotos, but there's not much you can do when you have extermination coming from Audios there. So great trade there as they're somehow able to keep things alive through the Jeff NATO. And again, one of the things they fixed about the Jeff NATO, Vicky, was the time to eat and swallow up, giving Jeff time to chew his food, as they said. And that would have made a big impact there.
This time around, just going to be able to swallow anything he needs to put to win this game, as FlyQuest now going to be able to plant their feet on the point. Envy do have Cow with the Dance of Butterflies, as well as Kaluch with that Freedom Charge.
Absolutely. Here we're going to see if Spark Chief can get some space and pressure here, pushing that team back. Now Kaluch having that huge, and here's the Dance of the Butterflies going on the back here. Can Cal get the connections he's looking for? They're doing a great job keeping things together. That's one way to counter Psylocke, is share the load of the sword.
The pairing, though, between Zelos and Cooper keeping each other alive. Spark Team once again the first to go out, though, from FlyQuest. Things need to change if this Venom is not working out. You've already used up your ult. The invisible boundary is now being put up by Envy, and they're slowly just trying to retake this with energy, lurking around, looking to use a Dance of Butterflies now, this time on the backline, and Ferdy finds window.
An absolute ninja demon, as we just seen time after time with the slash and the accuracy and the precision from Energy. And all this fight, as long as it's lasting, it's just ticking up the clock for FlyQuest. 57-58.
Working out in their favor. The follow-ups that we're currently seeing between Energy right now, just leading the way. And now FlyQuest have a plethora of ultimates here. 4 ultimates on the come-up, looking at Zelos.
Absolutely. Here Kalush now on the top end at 70%. This is so crazy. These teams are just dumbing everything. This is an absolute cinema performance. Must watch TV as Kalush is pushing forward. Speedery opening up the skies. The Jeff NATO once again down, but Ultra and Audios trying to keep everybody alive and get this pick.
Oh, at least they get Month, and they fly right above the Sharknado. They try to capture him. They try to hone in on him, but it's not going to be enough. They've stopped the Omega Hurricane. They've stopped the Jeff NATO, and now FlyQuest are nearing 99% on winning this game.
Absolute craziness from Audios from the skies here as Kalush is forced to go in with the portal. This is Envy's last hope. Will this be it for Envy, or will they say good night as they're going in and out the portal time and the dance floor to keep them alive? This is chaos.
And the fact that you get to use the Fan of Both Worlds just on the lip of the portal, but Cooper uses it second just to keep the sustainability alive. The Eye of Agamotto as Envy don't have anything else to use. Meanwhile, FlyQuest have all the win conditions. They have 3 ultimates. They have Zelos with the Eternal Bond, Vez's Horse with the Eye of Agamotto in a flashy way. FlyQuest are leading their way to the grand finals.
In the hands of the strategist, the quest continues, and the wings are not clipping anytime soon as FlyQuest seems to do the impossible and takes out Envy to advance to the grand finals.
I cannot believe this run that we have now witnessed from FlyQuest. They've taken down Envy. Before yesterday, Envy was on a winning streak. It was put up and stopped by 100 Thieves in a clean 2-0 fashion. Now, FlyQuest, they join the team. They move on up, and they are going to be facing up 100 Thieves in the grand finals.
Astonishing. Honestly, astonishing here. I mean, they went from a propeller plane in the upper bracket to jet fuel AC 130 in the lower. Just an insane performance there across the board. And Cooper getting that MVP on the bottom. The effort and just the insane perfect play from the strategist. Audios subbed in the lower bracket, and we're seeing what he's done today. Hats off to Envy. You guys, you're an incredible team, but right now the lights, it's on FlyQuest as they advance to fight 100 Thieves for the rematch of the Marvel Rivals Invitational.
I am not over these games. I'm not over what we just witnessed right now. Cooper doing such a good job. They negated the Dance of the Butterflies like twice back to back on that final round, keeping each other alive, and that was without ultimates, by the way. That was just in terms of positioning, and Cooper getting helped out together with Zelos. Aldios, of course, being on that Ultron helped out majorly here too, but the Wolverine energy was a problem. If it wasn't the Wolverine, it was a Psylocke, and then making the adjustments around the Sharknado after that was pulled out on them by Envy for round 2.
Just FlyQuest played at their absolute best today. That's the best way I can say it. I mean, in Envy, they were getting things together there at the end, but again, too little too late. Best of 5. FlyQuest got the best of every bit of it, as we saw map after map, and how hard that is to do after not only losing early, but just being counted out by many, and even themselves a little bit from what I saw on social media. Just insane job all around to come together as a unit. I'm just itching for this interview.
And that's through all the damage output that we noted from Speedery, by the way, like being on that torch earlier on and putting in a lot of that pressure here too. And then Energy just following up, having that 1v1 duel that we got to see. There was so much to break down from this fight. And then these elongated fights before the re-engagement, usually domination, you have those first 3 initial fights because you could just portal right back in whenever you get really desperate. And even then, we saw them come out on top with the way that FlyQuest was navigating through those ultimates. Cooper, though, being that MVP here, putting down so much healing output. And it wasn't just this game, too. We had in the first game of domination alone, I think it was like, what, 53 or 63,000 healing?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he has had an incredible performance, and we've talked about it with these teams at this level. You have to have a multi-level offense across the board. You can't be single-faceted, and this team, whether it's Energy, the strategist play, incredible vanguards with both Sparkship and Vest doing just, honestly, some of the runs of the lower bracket. It's what's impressed me so far with FlyQuest. They've been here, they've been in the spotlight to this degree, but I don't think they've ever had a journey or a quest quite like this. It was side quests. I mean, it was straight up people were side quests. No, they're the main quest, and they're in the main match of the grand finals.
After seeing them 2 days ago, Cozy, within our own cast, because we finally got to cast FlyQuest. That was another thing, right? Like, you know, we had Shib and we had Dogman covering them. Now being able to see what they performed 2 days ago, I was like, oh no, wait a minute. There have been significant changes from FlyQuest, and they have been able to apply them accordingly too. So it's been nice to be able to follow that story from FlyQuest.
And it's one thing to have like moral victories. I think them beating Ego Death and getting that revenge was huge for them. And sometimes teams can get lost in that kind of mini Super Bowl, but like they just showed up completely here. And Envy, the talent is there. Everything was there. They're going to have to go back and just look at that match and what happened between the coordinated play. But, you know, Cal certainly stepped it up, and the Vanguard play was good too, but it just was not enough. It was destiny. It was destiny for FlyQuest.
It was little things, little nuances like ult economy, the way that they cycled through them. There was big staggering situations at the very beginning of that series too. Looking at Envy specifically, I'm wondering here, even with Window, right? We talked about Window a few times, getting called out, frozen a few times. But even with a lot of these staggers, I just feel like FlyQuest, you put it perfectly, played the best Marvel Rivals we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And luckily though, for Envy and Envy fans, you guys, this is the group stage. You got your seeding. Now you look towards the playoffs, and that's where it's going to matter for that mid-season finals. But seeding matters, and obviously money matters in talks, and that's what we're going to get for FlyQuest as we look towards what is going to be a game to remember them by. You know, you get you have ups and downs, and when you have your downs, it's quick to jump on it, right? It's quick to jump on the downfall of it. You see it in sports, and it's no different in esports here, and FlyQuest definitely proved the difference. Right now, I would say not a huge weak link, and they definitely worked on their flexibility of hero pool.
Yeah, and I want to know what those comms sounded like. Were they frantic? Were they calm and collected there? I mean, you're literally down to the wire in a final round situation. You were already up ahead 2-0 originally against Envy. It's best of 5. You had to clear out that one last map. You lose it right behind you, and then you make the comeback in another similar situation for map number 4.
Well, guys, listen, we've got the one, the only, the Hulk, the Thing, Spark Chief here for the interview, and I gotta say, I love that we get to talk to you, Spark Chief. Hey, listen, bro, congratulations, big man. I've seen you on social media. I know what this means to you. Before I open up with a question, just how you feeling?
I'm pretty happy, bro. I'm pretty happy. You know, when we lost to Ego Death that first time, I was like low-key staring at my roof at the sky, like the night and shit, and I was like just depressed as fuck. And then we just like gathered together, we like set the lock in and shit, and now we're here, bro. Nothing to say. Just enjoying Blizz, you know?
I love the celebration. I mean, talk me through, how do you go through the upper bracket loss, then, you know, you're looking eyes forward and you get that win, that kind of revenge win on Ego Death, and then that wasn't your mini Super Bowl. You go for the main thing, take it down, who's the Titans of Envy. Like, how do you guys just reset like that, even with the subbing of audios?
Well, I mean, like, to be honest, we were like, after we lost, we were like, wait, what if we just like ban BP and then we just win? And then we went into the scrims and we like decided like, all right, what direction do we want to go? Like really, like what are we actually gonna do with like this new 6? And then we kind of found like a way that we wanted to play with him, and now we're like just locked in and like fully ready to go. Like we just have everything we want to do and like written down. We know the swaps and everything. And, like obviously in a match like this where it's like against another like insane team that's like top 3 every time, obviously it's gonna be like difficult because curveballs are just gonna be thrown around and stuff. But we managed to pull through. We beat the nerds and stuff because we're not like as experienced as them, but we're not veterans. We're not like ice cold, but it's all good. We made it here. Now we just get to like lock in for tomorrow.
Dude, I love this energy coming from you, Spark. I mean, you play also Hulk. We saw Thing, Venom. Like, you guys were making the craziest adjustments. We're looking at your player stats, too. Just one of them out here, and just the way that you were able to work together with the rest of your team was impressive. This is honestly my favorite series to watch. I need to ask you, how do those comms sound like in moments like this, where that third map, it was 1 game away from sitting in the grand finals. Now you have to go again for map number 4. How does that make you feel? How do you guys reset to stay calm and collected?
You just don't though. Like you're just like, obviously everybody's like, I was pooping my pants. Like when they were double banning me, I pooped my pants. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was like, oh shit, what do I do? Oh, I'm sorry. But you know, like I was nervous, right? But like we just don't. We just like ride the excitement to the win. You know, we just gotta ride it and just get the win or lose.
And that's hard to do when it's a bend not break mentality. Yeah, I mean, you guys were right there on Clintar and then the fight back. And, you know, when you get so close, sometimes it gets even more anxiety built up, right? Do you feel like you've already proved the doubters wrong and the people wrong? Or do you know who you were all along and you got to get the job done and get that trophy?
I mean, behind the scenes, like between pros and stuff, like there's always going to be like, it doesn't matter how many times you win, you're still like ass, right? But like at the end of the day, if you just keep winning, who cares, right? Like all we got to do is just win. So I don't really care if like people say we're butt or we're bad or anything, but I mean we're just doing great, so I'm just enjoying. Just enjoying my win.
I love that. We got your team trade. We got your team trade. We're gonna get UPR trade more, but no, I love the honesty and just how you are. But I gotta say, man, hey, this is your revenge game too, kind of, right? You had the ego, you know, death revenge game. This is your Marvel Rival Invitational revenge game, right? I mean, this is the team that you nearly beat there.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we finally beat them. I know we beat them in the Invitational the first time, but like they leveled up really highly and we couldn't beat them ever, and then we beat them. So, I mean, we're just happy with stoked, right? Like I said, like we really just want to lock in for tomorrow now. Like we got to see what we got to do, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Job's not finished, man. Job is not finished. And I'm for one, I love teams with the emotion behind them because you can tell how much it means, you know, to you. I mean, after that first loss, you guys, I mean, it just, I can see it. I can see it hurt, especially with the high expectations in an org like FlyQuest. You know, I want to give you the floor real quick and just what do you want to say to the viewers watching?
Nah, I mean, just keep watching. Like, tune in tomorrow. Make sure to see us play. We're going to do some wacky stuff for sure. Like, I assure you we're going to do some wacky stuff. Like, you know us, you know? We're going to whip out some stuff that no one's seen before, probably. And it's all good. Maybe we win, maybe we don't. We're going to lock in and try our hardest. And if we win, we'll just enjoy it. And so will the viewers. So make sure to stay tuned.
I love that, Spark. I love the angle that you're talking to us. I love your energy. I like how genuine you feel. And I can't wait to watch you guys tomorrow. I mean, best of luck to you guys. And congratulations again for knocking out Envy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot.
Yeah. Go celebrate with the team, man. Tell Energy what's up. Big claps for him, man. Just great performance, and we appreciate you. As we now close the interview, man, I'm telling you, that's what I love. I love the rawness. I love for these guys, and with birth of esports, truly, like, a lot of the times these guys have ever been put even on camera. And I like that. Like, I like seeing the team fresh out of the win, Vicky. So much, you know, I'm very happy for FlyQuest.
Me too. I also really like how they either give us Vest or Spark now, right? So we got the Vanguard lineup just showing up for our interviews with the energy that we needed to see. It's going to be a lot. Honestly, curious to see how they're going to approach now 100 Thieves. They now know that they've taken out Envy. They've made the adjustments they had to do. That was so difficult. He even said it, like, it gets chaotic. There's a lot of counter picking mid-game in situations like that. Not only that, old tracking too on top of it all, map dependent. Now you have to bring that to the grand finals versus 100 Thieves, which is going to be a whole other demon.
Yeah, job's not finished. Job is not finished. You know, they got to where they're at. I know they're happy, but I know they'd be even more happy if they can get the win. And 100 Thieves, you know, sometimes I think they're probably pretty happy too today, I would say, not having to get that rematch versus Envy and get very talented roster over there, guys. And hats off to you, Envy, and your whole team there. But again, big clap for FlyQuest. If you guys thought that was crazy, though, by far the most crazy match that we've had yet here, or I guess thus far up to where we've gotten now, is Nemesis versus Shroud X in the chaos that reigned. We're going to cover that in just a moment. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we've got that epic matchup.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smash
Well, what's going on, guys, and welcome back. We've got our next matchup, and Envy, they're gone now, and so is my voice tomorrow, as we just left what was an insane game, first game with FlyQuest and Envy. And now we somehow go into another game that could hold a candle, even more so to what we just saw with Shroud X versus Nemesis.
It's going to be a lot, though. It's a lot to deal with when you just come out from such an explosive first series in our best of 5. But similarly, I believe Nemesis versus Shroud X is going to go the distance. This is literally the run back opportunity out here with the series.
Yeah, guys, listen, the last time these two teams played, I don't think you guys understand. Nemesis, they knocked down Shroud X from that upper bracket. It was razor thin the entire time. The first point, Hell Heaven, it was all going for Nemesis. They played triple res, things were looking good, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Shroud X gets that first win and first dub. Then it goes back over to Nemesis, and the portal comes in. Clutch moments, Shroud X takes that Dom map, Nemesis takes Clintar, and finally it came down to mere inches on Araco to send Shroud X down into the lower bracket. This is going to be a great matchup.
If that's how close it was that time around in a best of 3, just imagine in a best of 5 situation where, you know, you look at Team Nemesis track record not looking so great on Hell's Heaven so far, losing both times that they've had to play on it, actually, the other time versus Sentinels yesterday. But Clintar, they've always have gone the distance in overtime. It's always like better late than never type of vibes for this team. It's always trying to make it entertaining, putting everyone on the edge of their seats, because when that overtime starts ticking away, for some reason, they always come through to clutch this win.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, Sentinels, they gave everything to Nemesis, and they decided to debut their Rymazing on Black Panther on them, and that was a tough thing to handle there. So Nemesis going down 2-0 to them. So it's either going to be the revenge map of that, but now they're prepared, or Shroud X and Shroud, Team Shroud, going versus Sentinels. This can be a good one that we've got coming our way. Again, I can't state enough that every single fight, every single map and match was just mere seconds away from going to either team, and we just casted that a couple days ago, Vicky. I'm expecting the same result,
and we're already here now. That's why it's just the distance here, that best of 5 opportunity, target bans that we've already just seen in our previous series. It's great. This is peak Marvel Rivals at its finest, as we get to take a look at our first team, Team Nemesis, here within this lineup for our last series of the day.
Yeah, and all teams play very good. Nemesis, one thing I like about them is I'm not saying there's not one player to pull apart from them. Mello, very great. They've got a lot of good players, but they play so well as just a full team unit. And we've seen that time after time. And I mean, it has just been, with Sentinels, they almost had the win there on Clintar yesterday, unable to, seal the deal as we look at their highlights.
Yeah, when you talk about certain players just to stand out, not only do I feel like this entire team is just one unit, like they share a hive mind, basically, in my opinion, just the way that they follow up from one another. But if you could call out just individual players, Cray, Mello specifically have always been like my 2 favorites to watch on Nemesis. A lot of following up from one another. Obviously, the Mello, Psylocke, and Torch were really nice here too. But then seeing some of these replays you talk about, always down to the wire is the way that Nemesis likes to play. Their life on the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Scatter has just been a fantastic Magneto to watch as well. Clutch a lot of the times. He had that one ultimate. Actually, both teams have had ultimates of Meteor Ibs not exactly land where they want to between him and Dogman. We've seen that, the Whiff Nito, as we've been calling it.
Whiff Needle is crazy, the call up, but you know what? It could be a battle of the Whiff Needles maybe here too, or will it just be able to be something completely opposite to what we've seen? It's really difficult though, with the way, oh my goodness, that last shotgun shot, by the way, has been really difficult to find that impact, especially with the protection that we've been seeing with these Magneto bubbles as we take a look at Shroud X next.
Yeah, Mady and Mello, we're going to be put in for a performance on the duel list. But Shroud X, you guys, we know him. Impunity is one of the best Groots in this tournament. Right now, he's proved to be probably the best Groot we've seen thus far in Ignite with his performance. Target bands going his way. Will he go to that? Will he go over to Magneto? Doomed Vision, the 1A, 1B. I don't even think there's, you can compare the two and what they perform for their team.
It's Doomed in the Vision crew. You know what? They've had history being really good, too, on that Wolverine. Whenever you're on Araco specifically is also very scary to see for Shroud X. Again, it's all about which maps we're going to be seeing. That's going to help enable the DPS here coming in, too. And then a lot of the times between we saw Shroud X getting the run back opportunity here, too, where Vision was not only just popping up, but Dogman. He heard us talk about that Magneto ult and then completely flipped the script on that Doctor Strange.
Yeah, absolutely. And the strategist play between Nuck and Fidel, both of them can play all the roles, all the strategists, and carry that healing role for the team. And I'd like to say Doom, his stats may not always be the flashiest, but the final hits he gets, every single one of them counts so much in that moment. Whereas Vision is that non-stop, look at this, just firepower that he can pump out. They countered Jeff Nato with ease yesterday, and they continue to show why he's one of the dominant duelists in the game.
Punisher just being so good, too, especially when you get enabled by Invisible Boundary or some protection out here, too. Once again, just Dogman show out here. I really like the interview that Dogman had yesterday, saying that after the Shroud Invitational, they've been prioritizing picking up even more characters to master, and even like hinting at a little fun factor within their own ranked ladder games, picking up Penny in those ranked games just to get better. It's definitely a map dependent thing, but it's about that flexibility that Shroud X is going to want to lean into.
Yeah, they had the early exit in the Shroud Gauntlet, and I know that kind of came with the label, you know, they can never win the big one or get the job done, and they did just that against Nightmare, and what was just a crazy 5-minute hold, almost giving it away. But again, they got that job done. And can they do it here versus Nemesis? This will definitely get that kind of monkey off the back, so you speak, if they can get into that grand finals. And I think they could do, either of these teams could put up a performance against Sentinels here. But between the two, I think the story is going to be that duelist play and who can get those early picks. Are they going to allow Doom to go off? Is Mello going to get the job done? That's what I'm looking at.
Amadian being on that Star-Lord 2 being a problem here. I believe it's going to be some more of these opportunities of trying to negate the potential seeing some of these compositions that both these teams have leaned into in the past.
That's a great point. Last time Nemesis was allowed the triple res, Shroud X did come away with the win on domination, but they got 2 games in a row with triple res, and you have to play near perfect if you're Shroud X, because you got to eliminate them twice. Such a tough thing to handle. Will they priority ban Adam now? We'll have to see and find out in just a second as we see the ban and picks coming up, and Loki being that first ban from Shroud X with Emma to Nemesis.
Oh, that's interesting. And already going to be able to protect that Emma as a priority too, looking at Nemesis. And I was about to say, you know, Shroud X themselves, they also ran a res composition with Vision being on the Adam Warlock. He was popping off, literally clocking heads. Fidel on that Cloak and Dagger, Nook on that Mantis too, with Doom being on that Star-Lord here. Seeing here how that's going to work out as we see the next ban being the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger ban against Nemesis. Get why, you know, definitely just the ability to charge up so quickly. Dinks has been playing now, getting that internal bond and that terror cape and collapsing and coordinating. And that was, as we just saw too from Envy, is just such a powerful hero from that to the Cloak Bubble as that mini ultimate. And they save Loki. Shroud X has not had a lot of access to Loki this tournament, and Nuck and Fidel both play a mean one.
Okay, and this is good too because I believe the last time both of these teams had faced off against each other, yeah, they banned the Mantis. No more res composition. That's going to be coming out on looking at Team Nemesis since they can't run that. But it's crazy because the last time these two teams had met up with each other, you know, the counter immediately to that was that the Loki was banned. So finding that protection onto the Loki helps enable this team.
Yeah, they're going to get rid of, love the respect there. They're going to get rid of Doomed and Wolverine or Vision on the character. But now Triple Res being shut down with Mantis. They learn from their past mistakes, especially here on Dom. We've seen it across the board. Carry in Triple Res Dom matches. And as you said, Amadian, insane Star-Lord. A lot of those matches came down to if Nuck and Fidel had the strategist ults ready for the Legendary.
So we're going to be able to have that ready to enable as the protection from the torch comes out. No torch on the other side here, but a protection on the torch for Team Nemesis instead.
Yeah, we've seen Mello play a lot of torch. I think that's obviously who we're going to see rained down the fire from the skies on that side. And they're going to go with the Luna ban. So look at that. No Loki,
wow.
The full strategist approach. This is so tough to handle. No Luna, no Mantis, no Cloak, no Loki.
Dude, the Invisible Woman, the Rocket perhaps coming out here. This is, wow, literally the target ban on just a strategist here. Very difficult, forcing out maybe a composition from Team Nemesis that they're not comfortable with.
Yeah, they do get access to the Hellfire Gala Queen in Emma. Scatter going to be able to play that. And so they're going to probably look, to lock in Mello. Floating Psylocke. He plays him in torch, but when you get that Emma, you get the echoes, and you're just going to really pop off with that damage.
We've seen it before here as we start off our very first map on Domination 2.
Yeah, we're looking at best of 5. If you're just now coming in, again, big difference. Instead of winning 2 and calling it, got to win 3, and that's tough to do, especially at the level that these two teams play at. As we go into Wakanda, the land of vibranium, and we look at what is going to be an epic matchup between Shroud X and Nemesis.
It's just a foreshadowing moment right here. The epic verse as we get set up now. Domination here, bringing out the quad strategy ban over on the other side, but gonna be able to lean into that Ultron. And when you have the torch, it really does help out here before we start leaving out of these spawn room gates.
Yeah, absolutely. Here as we have Craze going on the Captain America, trying to get right to that point as quickly as possible. Vision, though, it's been a while since I've seen him on Hela. He played a little bit of that in Dom versus him last time, but he is such a lethal goddess of death. Excited to see if he can pull off those shots. Doom, though, has just been a demon on Psylocke and getting those back hits consistently in the sword, butterfly, limbs that we like to see.
Together here, though, with the Groot and the Magneto, won't be able to have the Echoes for themselves, considering that AMER process is available here for Team Nemesis, as now Mello tries to isolate Doom just a little bit, puts down some of the pressure, tries to get more of these raw hits here. Scatter 2, just a little bit of trouble. It's going to be the nice reset from the strategist instead. Before flying around, this is what I really like, too, about flyers here, especially on this map. You just get to reposition so quickly.
Yeah, Vision is going to have to play near perfect to get down both these flyers. They've got the both, obviously, Ultron going down there with Human Torch. But yeah, there's just so many places to go in, out. The point has not been taken yet. There's just pure contention now as Doom is just going right for Mello. Can he get that pick? That's what's so tough. The Invisible Woman keeping alive, but Vision does get rid of Captain America.
Yeah, Craze being gone now. Instead, Doom now just keeps harassing Mello in the skies. Not going to let go of that Mosquito Swatter instead. While Scatter outnumbered, managing to try to back away in time and end the isolation from Impunity being on this group. I'm not surprised. This is the Impunity special when you have Impunity being able to get enabled on that group.
Yeah, the trade of the duelist there. Nuck copied a bit early, was forced to do that Luna Snow dancing, but that's going to definitely help the team keep that momentum there as they push forward. They still have it, and look at that. That's the 24 seconds of immunity as we have from Loki to Luna, and there's Doom. Can he get the picks early? No, the invisible boundary keeping them alive.
Invisible boundary, Fidel 2 here with the dance off, as well as the rocket. Sia being used up. The meteor, though, is going to collide off the roof here. Now finishing things off is going to be Craze as he finds 3 immediate after he comes back. Team Nemesis finally flipped the point here. Let's not forget, no one was able to take control over that point for so long.
Yo, that was crazy. Yeah, Groot just got chopped. Absolutely just yelled timber. Not only did he not get the ult off there, Unity wants that one back, but yeah, Dogman just exploding into his own magnetism. That's what you're looking for. 15% now for Nemesis as to get things started on the cap.
This cap, though, is crazy. Just dives all the way down, tries to get the reset, the health reset now. So Freedom Charge is activated to lead the way, but the terrain falling right over their heads. Now Isolate's Cray, thankfully, he can get right back up to the high ground to help heal for the rest of his team to give him that backup.
Holy terrain, and you got the gavel. There's so much happening on screen as Vision gets a Madian down. That's a huge early swipe there on Ultron to open things up. Mello, though, looking to use this Fog of War to their advantage. And there's the Supernova, the pressure, the fire. Can they get the Extinguisher? He's going right for the Goddess of Death.
Oh, he gets the snipe, though, onto Ricky. Big pick off there, too. Just stalls out the invisible boundary charge up on the ultimate instead and trying to retake this, but just an inch away. Shroud X, though, falling, trading that Vision. Team Scatter here on the other side. Doom then being able to find Cray, and that's going to be a big pick off here as they're going to be able to finally retake the point.
The quick fly to death there, trying to get Flame off as quickly as possible. Great job there, though, from Shroud, kind of getting everything coordinated, ready to go, and they didn't have to use much resource-wise. They still have got that entanglement coming up any moment here, and this is why Loki so good. Don't see him a lot of them in the tournament, most banned heroes so far, but putting on a show right now, Nuck with the healing and the clutch ults as Mello raining from the skies yet again.
Doomed to having that dance of butterflies, so Fidel will be able to also help keep Shroud X into this next fight with the upcoming fate of both worlds. Extermination, though, and the dance of butterflies, when they least expect it, they turn around, but so far, you've lost out on Mello, you've lost out on Dinks here. 2 members out, and that was after you expending the extermination.
Yeah, we've seen that time after time today. Can they get those picks on that back line, make it a graveyard? And it's been at the hands of Psylocke almost every time, whether it's Energy now, Doomed. It's insane what she's pulled together here. Now, they also have a lot still in the tank. Look at this. They've got Fidel and Nuck locked and loaded. This could be a tough retake. probably going to get up at least to 99% for Shroud X, but we saw this last time. 99 doesn't mean anything to these teams. The teams can take it right back.
Yeah, it's the 3 fights basically you would expect with maybe a desperate portal swap there for the Doctor Strange, but the Triangulating Prison and the Invisible Boundary saving everyone out here too. This forces the down now to utilize a Fate of Both Worlds just to help peel right back to the point. Here comes a Meteor just trying to find its mark, but sends it into the depths, trying to find that snipe in the air. A little bold we're feeling, are we? Dogman, as he still gets that pick onto Scatter.
That Meteor is right over to Marvel Rivals 2 at this point. It's gone. It is out of the sky now as we've got the revive there, the swap over. We've got Dinks there with that. Okay, we've got the Rocky Raccoon ult. Can they find it? Can they discover it? It's, yeah, it's not going to last too long here as the 99% is coming underway. Mello dumping down the fire. Flame on, game on as he pushes them back.
That was a big takeover though, and that was with help from Dinks specifically being on the rocket because the BRB was used up from Scatter after we saw Scatter getting taken out, and so they were able to re-engage just as quickly with the Sia on top of it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, all of these games, all of these points, they are going to come down to the wire. These teams are very close in terms of talent, play, and level of execution. Mello just pumping out that pressure as he always does so well, putting that team right into the barbecue pit that he's looking to do here. 99, 82, it's getting close.
Oh no, but they're congested right here too. I'm a little scared. Maybe put them in the microwave, but you won't even have to use it. With Fidel going out, you still have the Supernova that you're holding on to. Yes, you've used up the Freedom Charge, the Dance of Butterflies from Doom just to keep them away from them. And now they're playing split up. Supernova now finally active from Mello as the reversal from Team Nemesis are nearing 99%.
Yeah, we're seeing the same history repeating itself. And I mean, that's what's showing how Ultron is just so powerful, able to escape with that bonus health. We've got the Extermination now coming on. The script being flipped as we just saw it. It's why I was not surprised as Nemesis has an inch on the clock to get it. And there it is, the reverse 99.
The way that they were also holding on to those ultimates, that Supernova just controls so much space and the damage output makes your eyes water.
Okay, last time, map 1, 99%. Nemesis gets it. This time, 99% for Nemesis, but Shroud wins. This time, reverse. Shroud X getting the 99, but it goes to Nemesis. Yeah, honestly, that is what makes Ultron so good, Vicky. Doom had that surprise on him. Does the burst combo, but he's able to escape, backs up, gets with his team, ults, Extermination.
You always want to have just the ability to get away, just boost up your own flying speed, ready to go, even when you are in your ult, because you could utilize both at the same time. And it's great, because then you get to just recontest immediately, even if you lose out on 2. And the way that they're able to cycle through their own ultimates that first run was so important. As we take a look at the impact here, too. Scatter also putting in a good amount of pressure, but Mello, man, Mello's been on fire here, but it's pretty even across the board.
Yeah, Vision is the one I'm looking at in terms of stats-wise, not what you exactly want to see. We'll see if he stays. He's going to stay with that Hela's team's armor up, and they've got that portal. Oh, we've seen this before. They're going to get that portal out there. It's got the penny trap down, and we're going to see the penny strange that we saw before.
Wait. They feel suspicious the way that they're holding that choke right now. They try to do it. They try to get it done through the portal. Playing split up, though, still could benefit them in terms of their positioning.
Yeah, trying to get that pull in there from Ricky, but unable to do so. Mello now trying to get that pick on the strategist in the backline, chasing Fidel with a huge freeze, putting that fire right out as if it's Pokemon there as they're pushing out. Doomed, hitting that pressure early, and they almost have the cap. Vicky, this would be a huge early cap.
Although Shroud X just have way better ultimates, though, looking at the invisible boundary that Ricky just put up, though, you have to imagine Impunity, who does have that Triangulating Prison. You have to consider with Nook also being able to use the God of Mischief. Goddess of Death taken to the skies is going to be Vision looking at everybody, but the Sia coming in from Dinks is going to help reset everyone, give them the shields that they need. The overhealth, what would you hear? Vision backs away, but Impunity gets stunned in the middle of using the Strangling Prison, gets choke slammed by Scatter.
Yeah, insane job, Crazeman, blocking the Hella ult, and you have Dinks avoiding the Meteor M, both just executing it perfectly to perfection, and the opposite of what we saw last time on map 1 with these two teams. 32% to Shroud X. It's going over to Nemesis as they push them back to the spawn, and the staggers happening as they're gonna, leave him alive and then finish it off. Fidel just try to get back desperately. But here, oh, look at this stagger job.
Oh, that's unfortunate. More time wasted away. It was the retake here, but I was going to say Impunity had enough. It looked like Impunity did swap back to the Groot, but Impunity was hovering over that Doctor Strange before finalizing that pick on the Groot.
Yeah, wow. Great job there to flip it up for them. We've got the Eye of Agamotto. This is a huge one they combined either with Supernova. We saw that before from Sentinels there on Krakoa back in the early stage. But Craze now trying to get a little bit of space for the team to push in here. Are they going to get the job done? As we have Doom again looking for that back hit. He's going off. Dance with the butterflies. He does get that pick on Dinks. That's a huge pick as the respawn as well is going to be unavailable.
And the group walls to try to block out their exit strategy. The supernova now from Mello as everyone is funneled still inside these rooms before they exit out to try to jump on top of the point. But you talk about the Eye of Agamotto here on the other side. It's found 3 big picks. It's going to cost Doom as he gets sent back to the spawn room gates. And here comes a strangling prison to keep them all stuck together through the brute wall with the Dell having that fate of both worlds to keep the rest of Shroud X alive.
Yeah, great sustain there as the Impunity pushes to get that respawn timer down. And again, just absolutely lighting up the sky like the 4th of July. Mello is just doing an insane job staying alive there as Human Torch in constant pressure. We have Nuck now keeping the team up with a fate of both worlds. Dinks, look at that. You know, you good rocket using the primary on top of the burst of healing. He gets Dongmin, hasn't connected thus far and doesn't yet again.
No one is dying. No one is dying the way that they're having this standoff here. Welcome to the West, it looks like, as you try to duke it out. Scatter in that diamond form. The extermination from Amadian here, too. Just looking at everyone from inside that bottom floor, putting in a good amount of pressure. But now look at Team Nemesis nearing 95%.
Yeah, Dongmin just able to stay alive nearly. Here's the Eye of Agamotto. Doom getting rid of Mello, though. The trade to Impunity. It's overtime. Nemesis at 99%. And they're putting everything they've got to get this point. This would put them up 1-0 and changing what happened last time these two teams met. Doom trying to get that pick here on Ultron, and Ultron escaping into that overhelp. This is going to be clutch.
And Doom is the only one here. The Dance of the Butterflies. Nook needs to make some magic happen. Doom goes down without being able to use the Dance of the Butterflies. Shut down with some help from Median and Dinks here. Then following up with the dance, the fate of both worlds, the invisible boundary. Team Nemesis, though, are cycling through all their next set of ultimates, while Shroud X, Fidel, so close to that own fate of both worlds.
The tornadoes are spinning. The enemy strategy is burning. And can they get it? It's going to be close as we've got now Vision staying alive. Fidel going with the dance to keep things going on the point. But Mello just showing why he's such a menace in the skies.
Oh, and uncontested here too, right? With the way that Shroud X are just focused on trying to recontest. Doom making their way back, looking all the way down with some help from Madian here too. The Eye of Agamotto from Impunity, though, to try to match that versus Cray as Team Nemesis now just desperately trying to hold on. Overtime taken away. Shroud X just trying to keep this going and maybe have a chance to flip this for themselves.
Yeah, can't get off the point at this point. We've now seen 3 Agamottos in one fight. Amadian, though, just picking off one by one. There's a sliver left. They're trying to stay alive, keep the point going, but no. Team Nemesis makes it 1-0 against Shroud X as they take back-to-back maps.
It was the fact that nobody was looking to the skies. I mean, there's a lot going on in front of them, but Mello and Amadian were just getting away with murder on this Ultron and Torch.
Yeah, that was honestly, Nemesis cleaned up a lot of what the play was there from the previous Dom. Because again, not only did they lose Dom last time these teams played, but they had triple res, they had double the opportunity. They cleaned it up, and they were changing what Vision did. He was on Hela for a while, swapped on over there to the Ultron, as we see and take a look at the stats, and a lot of it there is Mello and what he does best. Mello, my goodness, great job there on that map.
9 final hits, 24k damage output here too. Very different comparatively to looking on the other side. Then you have Doomed, you know, with the 15k damage here, but the output wasn't the same at the same time. Even, you know, they had to also work with the fact that those strategy ults were just really, really good in the back line. But then dealing with that, plus Ricky and Amadian, who was uncontested, Dinks too, with the respawn, just helped them out.
Yeah, and I would say, too, we've seen for sure Shroud X's team play better in Vanguard department. Impunity has been, honestly, the MVP of this team a lot of the time, and that was, what is that, 5 and 6? That's not the performance you want at all from a player of his caliber. And then in form of Dogman, I mean, what? I think we were 0 for 4 on those Meteor Imps, right? Can't have that either. Definitely can't. So that's going to be where a lot of the cleanup is. And listen, they know what they've got against this team, and they know they can do it, but the adjustments were just a little bit too late.
Yeah, like I said, seeing Impunity hover over the Doctor Strange at one point before sticking to the Groot still to the very end was getting shut down a lot by the Emma Frost. I feel like Scatter was equally a problem, just trying to CC a lot of the contests that were being approached on that second point specifically, but also really stopped allowing these Groot walls to be a problem and prevented them from getting set up first.
Yeah, that's a great point. And to be fair to Dogman, if you look at what they had, okay, you've got Mello in the sky, Amadian. Both those can avoid the purple, Meteor Imp pretty easily. But then if it wasn't that, you also have Rocky Raccoon can dash out of the way. So it's just so tough for them to get that connection they were looking for. As we look at the MVP, I tell you, Ultron farms it at this point. 65% accuracy, 17,000 damage. My goodness, crazy stats there from Amadian.
The damage output with some of that support here too, but you know, being on that strategy lineup here and being able to put out that damage output, it's always impressive for me to see. Also, not so impressive to see Ultron always getting the MVP out here in my games now here too in the Marvel Rivals Ignite, but Amadian did a fantastic job.
And that's a fly comp, right? It's tough to deal with it. Absolutely tough to deal with it. They were trying to lean into Vision's Hela, who again does a great job at keeping those planes landed, but this time was not the case and had to flex and go around and change it up, and it just was a little bit too late. So they're definitely going to look to change that in the pick and ban phase, as we are going to be heading into map number 2 here in just a moment. Anything else stand out there to you, Vicky?
Ricky's survivability on the Invisible Woman. Ricky, you know, only going down once, I believe, but even in a triple, you know, support composition, when you're forced to go out with these strategists because you have to deal with a triple strategy band, it could be difficult, but Ricky still was able to stay alive and keep that main support with the Invisible Woman.
Well, can Shroud X adjust? Can they change the strategy? We're about to find out in the pick ban phase, but before we get to that, guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
By the eye of Agamotto! Tremble before us! Maximum pulse!
한껏 높이 날아올라 눈누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 마지막 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Nothing like Marvel Heroes staring into your soul as Luna DJs Vicky. We've got ourselves another match between these two teams. And listen, Shroud X, they banned 4 strategists. But when you see that Human Torch, the first save, curious why Ultron wasn't one of them. And they still got the job done, Nemesis.
Yeah, is it worth to be expending a lot of these bans on the strategists, maybe, is my question. Or is that torch going to be the first one you want to see taken out here? It's just the fact that they also prioritize saving that torch here first.
I think it speaks volumes to Mello and what he can do. I mean, we kind of saw that at the end with Envy. They were like, lock the storm. Let's get Speedery where he needs to be. They even said that in interviews for Envy. And now with Nemesis, it's like, all right, Mello, we know what he can do in the sky as that torch. And so, you know, that's probably the strategy going in if I'm Shroud X. What's interesting about this, outside of what Araco, they didn't do a lot of torch on the last couple of matchups. These are somewhat new comps for both teams.
Yeah, and compare that with Amadian, who they have to also be flexible with their own strategist ultimates. And then Dinks being on the Rocket. You have the Rocket, you have the Ultron, and you have the Invisible Woman. And this is not like putting down what we saw from Nook and Fidel too on the other side from Shroud X, because they put out mad support like output. They were healing a lot, but the damage output from the skies, looking at Mello specifically, Ultron too, it's difficult when no one's able to focus on what's happening above you when you're really fixated on just trying to even get out of cover to get to the point.
Absolutely, guys. And we've seen a lot of great skins today. And on that note, we've got a lot of great skins in the store right now in Marvel Rivals. 2 heaters off the bat. We had Human Torch line up the skies. Well, Iron Fist, Binary Fist, and that Moon Knight. My goodness, Phoenix Knight. Both can also light up your matches.
Literally on fire. Make sure you guys check that out. Available on June 20th right there too. So already out here for anybody to try to check out. It's looking nice. I definitely want to get that Moon Knight skin.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that extra health now in the patch, so definitely great to, you know, get things on fire there. Iron Fist, you know, struggling a little bit in this patch, as we've seen, and maybe Season 3 is going to be, yeah, brighter skies. I was going to say, I don't think outside of Iron Fist mains, too many people are too mad about that. But either way, these skins slap. They're absolute fire. Go pick them up while you still can. But speaking of fire, we got to get right back to Mello and friends and what they've put together there for Nemesis as we look at what Shroud X and Nemesis have in store for us for match 2.
I'm excited here. What are the changes? What are going to be the bans we're going to see now moving on? Because we noticed already, we talk about it time and time again, that a lot of the times these series end up being lost in just the pick and ban phase here. So waiting to see where we're going to be moving on for map number 2.
Yeah, if we look at it, what they went through with the 4 strategists, they had Loki, Cloak, Mantis, and Luna ban. Look to see that changed up a bit here. We've got Shroud X 0, Nemesis 1. It's best of 5, first to 3. We're about to find out the map Shroud X picked, and that exact map is going to be Araco, where they fell to Nemesis in the upper bracket.
Oh, okay. The immediate ban onto the Loki from Shroud X comes in swinging.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got that was what they did last time, to just go in with that exact same strat with the Emma save. Now, interesting. Last time, actually, sorry, I think they did Loki last. It was Luna first, right? Last time. Either way, it's looking like they're going for the similar strat there of the strategist.
No, you're definitely right. Team Nemesis, they first tried to protect the Emma, and then they protected the Torch last. But this is a very similar case, though, from the way that Shroud X is approaching this with these bans, because this is how they went forward. They said, instead of the Invisible Woman, though, I believe the second ban was the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, absolutely. Here again, no triple res. They're shutting that down. I'm going to be shocked if the Ultron survives. And they're just targeting these duelists hardcore. Vision, no Punisher for you. Fred Castle on the bench, and then Wolverine doomed. They go crazy, forcing him into that Psylocke role. And getting that Emma ban is exactly what they want done.
Okay. It's the third one here. Going to be another duelist. I was going to think like the Torch here in this case. Looking on the other side, they did protect the Magneto. Not surprised there, of course, after they didn't try to prioritize that first initial save over to the Emma.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we've got that Torch ban. Mello in the skies by himself, at least in the Fantastic Four sense of the word. Magneto saved up, and there it is again. Able to keep Torch up. Is this Ultron here? Is this going to be Ultron or Luna? It's like both are rough. After what just happened, and on this map, I would get rid of Ultron personally. And they're thinking about it too. They're going back and forth.
Yeah, I would agree, especially paired up together with a torch. You know that 2 Menaces in the sky, but they try to, okay, they go for the Luna instead because the priority on having the fate of both worlds just goes so hard. They feel like they can just counter the Ultron extermination just way better.
Yeah, that had to be quite the conversation back and forth on which one they would rather not deal with. And both are good answers, but right now, after what I just saw, I'm fearing what's in the sky. Especially because last time they were on this map, Vicky, they had access to Human Torch. This time, not so much. Now, you're seeing the triple Vanguard lock in from Shroud X. A lot of the times, defense likes to push up with that triple Vanguard setup.
It's a very good point. Also thinking on the other side here, how that's going to work together with the torch, the Ultron map number 2, providing that verticality, though, being on Araco for Convoy. And I really do like this new map. It's not only aesthetically pleasing, but the jams, though, get me going.
Yeah, right. Oh, it's like a 80s arcade all over again. As we look at what Ultron has done, and the I love the objective to push here with Krakoa. All of it, great stuff here as we head into what is just an electric map on this first point. There's so much action right away here, and I think we're going to see it right off the bat as, again, that triple Vanguard pushes in, but they just have so many fights that they can take up before they get to that point.
Yeah, I've mentioned this before, but one of my favorite things that's different about this map versus the other maps is that defense can hold such an aggressive position right out of the gates. A lot of cover that you can work around, especially by that bridge to have a high to low ground disparity. But Scatter being on that Emma Frost already trying to get into position, combine that with Mello taking to the skies this time around here on the Storm.
Yeah, we're dropped right into the battlefield here, guys. I hope you're ready for action, because here it comes. Mello on Storm, ready to roll, and we've got a Squirrel Girl appearance, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, as that ult is already farmed up, here comes the squirrels. The friends are here. Can they get some picks?
I had to rub my eyes real quick. A Median on the Squirrel Girl? Okay, and already with that ult that started so fast, clocking heads, clearing up this initial part of the map here too. And when you're so close together across these corridors, it just allows Squirrel Girl to have even more impact.
He's going nuts! A Median is going crazy with the squirrel with the 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, my goodness, that is as crazy fast action as we've had in this tournament. Jumping away, portal opens up.
Oh, I was scared. I was scared right there for Diggs. You saw the kidnap before coming right back through the other side of the portal, safely hand in hand with the rest of Team Nemesis. Although, look, Craze about to have that straggly prison activated here, but you're just going to stay safely here. The Eternal Bond on top of it from the other side. The God of Mischief now is just going to be able to get that copy. Nemesis, though, now utilize that prison, just waiting at the very end. But the Eye of Agamotto for Impunity coming in from the heavens. Doom goes down, though, first. 2 stunned now on the other side, with Visions being on the thing. And now you have to look behind you, though, because a Median got into your flank.
Yeah, we've got 3 Vanguard ultimates. The mask control, crowd control everywhere as Median is just raining down consistently. I can tell you, Shroud X did not have Squirrel Girl on their to-do list here. Hungman is always just trying to go for that meteor and the whip Dino out once again. And right now, Nemesis cleaning up.
Dude, I have to say, Dogman goes for the hardest heroes to land the meteor on, but it was the fact that we saw the Squirrel Girl just bungee jumping up and down the trampoline before then using the second jump of the Squirrel Girl to get away from the meteor.
Yeah, just absolute chaos. Hasn't fallen yet, just raining down a barrage of damage. Paired there up with Craze. That's just such a tough combo. Get them all together. Look, he's trying to feast, trying to push him through this door. This first point is so tough to get. Craze throwing in the ult right away into this small room that's going to allow the Squirrel.
Oh, no.
To get the 1, 2, 3. Make it 4 done. My gosh, just Squirrel lanes are going crazy in the chat.
And the emo? You know what you did? You know what you're doing, Amadian. Get the little taunt on them. She says her friends are here, more like her assassins are here because they've just cleaned up Shroud X.
I can't believe it. That's absolutely insane. And then look at this, the quick swap over. So they definitely formed that strategy of just the constant barrage of nuts. Can't believe I just said that. But we've got Mello now and Amadian taking over the skies as they did the ground just before. And Craze now swapping to Cap. So really strategic decisions here for these teams.
At least here coming up, Dinks is about to have the Eternal Bond ready to go. As you mentioned, Ricky with the Sia, though, before jumping back in. Impunity, by the way, those walls were not helping him out with the Groot originally before now we see him swap over to the Hulk. He gets melted like he's put in the microwave right after coming out on the Hulk, but those walls were just getting melted because of the Squirrel Girl. Now we get to see that swap.
Yeah, we've got Cloak and Dagger trying to get that Gentle Bond as Nook copies that with Loki to give them a little bit more sustain. Doomed taking that swatch over to Psylocke. Dance of the Butterflies ready to go, but it's going to be tough. You've got the Rocket to deal with. Maybe the Cloak they can get their hands on, but Mello just absolute tearing it up from the top.
I also really like the call making the swap here for this second point specifically, because this low to high ground hill that you have to trespass through is just very difficult, but they're doing it with ease right now. Mello just with another stagger here as a supernova ready for the next engagement, and Impunity is not having a good time.
Yeah, just flash frying their dreams right in front of them. The tough part too is they were close to get rid of Ultron, right? That definitely changes the lineup a little bit on what they might do, but nope. They went with Luna. Understandably, it does make sense there as Doom is trying to get those picks. Does get Ricky eliminated. That's going to get rid of that res beacon as now they're pushing in with the Cloak ult as well. They're going to have to win this fight with the resources they're using.
Oh, there's out on 2 right here too. Shroud X now, finally, they've utilized a lot here. Vision being that Namor this time around too is about to have that ultimate, but after that Dance of Butterflies, now Shroud X will only really have Dogman and that Meteor coming up for this next fight.
Yeah, it's like season 0 of the Duelist. We had an Iron Man briefly, then now we have the Namor, and we've got the Big Whale coming out. We'll see if they can capitalize on that here. Ricky, though, has that ult ready to go. The Supernova, so tough on this part of the map. So little space, so many tornadoes.
Perfect situation, though, if you want everybody clustered together in this case. I love this, just being able to get right behind to get up on the high ground this time and trying to find different angles around Shroud X here. Together with Mello, the Ultron 2 from Amadian after the action we saw from Squirrel Girl, though. We activate the Supernova, we activate the Sia here, too. Dogman now trying to find its spark, but these brutal meteors keep missing.
The damage amplifier on the Supernova, the miss of the Meteor. I mean, it's just, I hope you like your steak medium well. Just absolutely tearing up this map with the double flies.
The Whiff Nito strikes again. Back to back here. Though being able to get to the second checkpoint now, Mello already getting ahead, just trying to control some of that space. And we already get to see the swap up now, this time from Impunity, going back to the Hulk.
I appreciate what Dogman's trying to do, but you've got to be using those meteors to better resources here, as now Vision has that well. Going to look for an opening early on. They're going to have now the Gamma Squids. We have not seen that from at least Shroud X thus far, as we've got Cap. They've got little eyes on what they're trying to figure out here. Can he get the opening with the whale? We're about to find out.
The fact that they just got to deal with these pesky flyers here, holding 2 different split angles. This is a good position to at least hold in when you are on that high ground position, unless you get booted by it.
Yeah, what I like there is with the Cap, they can push Namor as much and then try to get that Blessings to the deep. Then he's kind of left. There's not much you can do. After that cooldown increase that they've done here with Namor, it's a lot tougher to get the value out of that Blessing and that survivability that he has. Gamma Squid on them, putting that pressure constant. A lot of Nemesis is up high. Here comes the Whale. The landing, the stagger. Can they get Emma? No, she's staying alive.
She's actually, the sustainability is crazy, and then Amadian comes in with the extermination, but Doomed shuts him down here. Now we get the God of Mischief just to copy the Eternal Bond to keep them alive. Flying around in the skies is going to be Ricky, but being able to find Dinks next, finally this momentum could be halted thanks to Doomed and some help from Shroud X.
Ricky playing so good there on the Rocket. Now, it's like, again, pick your poison. Give her the Rocket first and the Res Beacon, or try to get a Madian out there who's just absolutely going crazy mode on Ultron now. They're doing a little bit of a better job because there's only 50 seconds left. It seems like this has been all Nemesis, but if they can get the hold here, it'd be massive.
Look at Shroud X, you are displaying this 2 different split angles. You have the harassment that you have to split your attention to looking behind you. The Captain America instead, who's about to have that freedom charge. Dance of the Butterflies now activated from Doom. Tries to find 2 here, following up from Vision to also get the Emma. With Dinks going down now, you have one of your main supports out of this fight, and it's going to have to be a re-engage with less than 25 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, just barely getting that cloak and staggering them, and they're going to be able to get the hold a bit more here as they farm up the ults. They've got a lot ready for them, and they've got the mag ult here to counter the Supernova. But Dongmin, I'm begging you got to land this puppy as they go and push in here. They've got everything they're looking for outside of now Nuck just farming up a bit more.
Just a crumb, just to land a crumb of the Meteor here. Overtime now ticking away. Ricky pops in the Sia. Looking at the Namor ult though and utilizing the portals is what I love about this new map here. Vision follows up on the supernova from the skies. Mello looks down at Doom. The problem, the Magneto ult misses just slightly here. You get to the health pack, you get to reset here, and the meteor now not having the impact while Vision fights for their life in the car wash down below.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time. The Magneto was not with the team to counter that supernova. They all went through the portal, and he rained down, able to get the picks that they needed ahead of time, but they still are doing it as now we've got Cloak and Dagger. Nuck getting that internal bond to keep the team alive and that pressure on with Monster Hulk. You don't take him down, he's going to do what he does best, and that's smash.
Oh, and Diggs now coming in here too with the Eternal Bond. Gotta look out for this. Impunity ready here to just try to stagger them. Overtime ticking away. Talk about the damage output. The left were forced out too. The pathing that was created from that Eternal Bond that we saw from Diggs.
This is so tough for Nemesis because the spawn is right there, and it's going to be tough to get the difference made as the cloak bubble keeps them away. We've got the respawn, though, for Mello to keep the pressure up, and we've got kneeling of peasants as they're going for the strategist. Choke, hold, and pick, but Vision instead getting that pick on Captain America.
No one's looking at Vision here except for the Rocket. Ricky looking back at him. He gets reset inside of his bubble. Mello recognizing this is a problem. He focused down on that C, a very easy ult to counter, but then you have to think about Doom, and then coming in from the skies, the whale. No one was on that point. Everyone forced off.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, how Doomed always gets the picks at the right time and just finishing up the job there. Honestly, that was all Nemesis until the very end. Shroud X cleaned it up when it mattered most. Got him to 0-2. They know what they need to do to make this a 1-1 series.
And also, and they did do amazing. But that third checkpoint, when you have to play off that low ground, if you don't get enough distance before the recontest happens from the defensive side, it's so hard because that high to low ground disparity, having these two different angles, make it really hard to try to figure out and try to actually focus down on the back line of the defending side.
Yeah, I like that Nemesis is kind of sticking with the game plan here of not going to the triple Vanguard. A lot of the reason why, and honestly, if I'm Shroud X, I might bring out a little squirrel action. The acorns and the pressure of DPS at the beginning is able to just break through that triple Vanguard comp that's so common. So if you're wondering, if you're scratching your head like, what the heck is Squirrel doing out here? That's the main bit of it, right? And then Amadian was just, I mean, you might as well just carry it up to the first point because he was doing incredible.
And also, just having so much damage output off the beginning when you are on the defensive side really comes in clutch. Very similar case on map-dependent situations with Penny here, too. Love how you highlighted that, and it looks like maybe we'll get a little bit of that same action, giving them a taste of their own medicine.
21K from Mello, 10 on the final hits. Definitely doing a great job as they open up with the flames of fire set out on the field. They got to quickly find their water elements and put this out here as Impunity on the Hulk. Going to set up Vision, who was playing a lot better against these Flyers on the King of the Sea.
Sticking here with the Namor 2, good option considering with that team up together with Impunity has really benefited them as Doom now just tries to deal with the Flyers, splitting up not only their attention but trying to bring the focus onto Doom themselves. Ricky slowly approaching also that Sia hero as the poking match starts up and the teleports have been taken on the other side.
Yes, Ricky just never dies. Vision there, that's just showing it right there. Throwing down the Tritons, getting the picks that are needed. And the great things about Flyers is you can poke them enough to at least get them uncomfortable and then, you know, force the strategist to change their attention, try to get the pick on the Vanguard instead. But Rocket building up that ult so fast, it's going to give them all the space they need with the triple to push back Shroud X.
Graze though, coming in with the wall there too to block off their exit route to pick up 2 real quick with the rest of Nemesis. I did like the plan from Shroud X. They jumped down to get the teleport, then play off of a high ground position, but the way that they kept staggering themselves just allowed Team Nemesis to hold the front line with those Groot walls too.
Yeah, we've got the swap over to Iron Man, and we've got now Impunity going back over to Groot, so they're going to change the Vision show that we just saw Dogman up top taking a lot of heat early here. Does have that Meteor in. They've got everything they kind of need here. Zinx, though, is going to be able to respond. We'll see if that Meteor can get that connection. The best possible way to counter Cloak and Dagger is available to them.
Oh, see, Nook now is going to be able to get that copy to get the Cloak and Dagger themselves with the Eternal Bonds, just creating a path here. Dogman moving up, does have that Meteor. This is that moment of truth. Doesn't get kicked off the map, off to the other side. But with the Strangling Prison now coming in, you have the Meteor, you have Mello that gets taken out as Vision being on the Iron Man to give at least some backup to have more utility on that ultimate aside from the Meteor from Magneto.
Oh my goodness, absolute pain. 0-7 or 0-6. I've lost count there for the Meteor Ibs landing connecting, but they don't need him as Doom, Vision, the duelist get the job done, get the pressure done. But here it is. They can get easily. This is what they did last time. Amadian back with the Strange, portaling in. This is exactly what Nemesis did on Shroud X.
History repeats itself here. Good to see the slow approach. They put down the BRB machine. There goes the portal, as we saw before, going down to the wire like we've seen here in the same matchup.
Yeah, here it is as Doom now opening up with that dance, trying to get that early pick, but Ricky able to get the ult out. Supernova coming down and connecting with the trick shot is Mellow on Vision mid-air. Good gosh, Flyer on Flyer Violence. Great job there.
Praise now coming back off the BRB. So La Visa is going to be a quick reset from Impunity, and they have no other choice here, too. You have a minute now, less than 15 seconds on the clock to even get anything started if you're Shroud X.
This is exactly how the last one happened, right? And it's funny enough, Shroud X is the one that picked this map, and it's looking like a similar result thus far. Last time, though, not a minute on the clock, 0 seconds. So they have time now to adjust. If you're Shroud X, you've got, maximum pulse. You can combine here with the Groot ult. That's maybe what they'll look to do. They've got the defense there in Magneto, and they've got Nuck available. They've got what they need.
Or do they wait for that maximum pulse from Vision to utilize that on the Eternal Bond from Dinks too? Because Dinks just being alive for as long as Dinks has is impressive here as the God of Mischief is activated here. It's going to be the Eternal Bond from them. Dropping all the way down the Eye of Agamotto. It finds big three. The backline. Fidel. Impunity gets caught in the chaos. Vision goes down alongside Fidel. And that's no ultimates used up. And that's now 25 seconds and counting down from the clock.
I mean, Amadian just switched to Strange to get the portal back and then does a hard freaking Agamotto like that. That was nasty as Vision now swapping over. We see what Vision can do on Strange in previous matchups. Getting that portal down, going to open up potentially with that Eternal Bond as they go right in and try to get the Meteor Imp. Dogman, you got to connect this.
Oh, wait for it though, because Craze is going to have that Strangling Prison. Brings everybody in like a shish kebab. Everyone eats here as Shroud X are dropping. Team Nemesis utilize all the ultimates in their economy. The Whiff Nito, it strikes again as the last shot isn't going to be enough to contest or take even one KO.
Again, we've said it before, Groot, a tree of few words, but that ultimate speaks absolute volumes as this is not the start Shroud X was looking for at all. It is now 2 games for Nemesis, 0 for Shroud X, and it comes at the helm of Mellow once again. You would think that the bans would have changed. They did not, and the result, Vicky, didn't change either.
It's the fact that Nemesis have done their homework and, history repeating itself just a little bit, literally bringing us the same situation that we saw the last time these two teams met in the upper bracket semis, literally losing out in the same spot that we saw them here was Shroud X. And now Team Nemesis just one more game away from moving on into the grand finals.
Yeah, and again, 0 final hits from Impunity. That is just the dead opposite. In fact, so opposite, we were seeing people ban Groot against him because that's how much he was going off. At this point, just not going to get the job done. Unfortunately, they got to figure something else out as they're going to go into map number 3. And honestly, just fantastic play across the board for Team Nim.
Yeah, looking back on this and not only making the quick adjustments on going over to the Squirrel Girl right out of the gates here too. Very strong, unexpected start, but also really good when it comes to maps like this and trying to get out just to clear that initial aggression. But Craze being on the Groot, dipping that of Impunity was not on my bingo card.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot that we didn't expect today. We had FlyQuest winning over Envy, a Squirrel Girl appearance. I mean, just absolute chaos here and what you expect for Marvel Rivals Ignite. Yeah, I mean, at one point, it was Mystery Heroes for Shroud X. We got so many different team comps, so many different lineups, and they obviously felt pretty confident in what they had because they stuck with those same bands, but just absolute punishment. And Ricky combo there with Mellow has been something insane they've continued to pull off.
That and then Amadian's output too has been impressive. At the end of that last game was like, what, 15 final hits that we saw right there too, making that quick swap up like you mentioned to the Doctor Strange before getting a huge Eye of Agamotto. That's the beauty of Marvel Rivals too. You make this quick adjustments, you have your ult charge, you boost it up really quick, and then in game-breaking moments like this where it matters everything, you get to really bring out the big guns and clear another team fight. Big mad props here for Mellow specifically though, being in the sky, being on that torch, and left uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, you're speaking of it, Flame On, Game On, as I've been saying, speaking of the big guns, 31,000, almost 32,000 damage on Human Torch. We have seen Torch just carry this tournament for so many teams, and at this, for Nemesis, it's in the hands of Mellow. We most certainly will see different picks and bans, or you would hope so, with Shroud X. And, we've picked on Dogman a little bit here. He's been playing a little bit Harlem Globetrotters for his ults. It's like always just trying to land the tough shot. Those start to stack up, obviously, there. But both Vanguards, who typically kind of really hold down the team and give them a nice base of offense and defense, it just has not been here right now for these two matches.
It's those big playmaking moments that it's needed. It's 100% needed. It's difficult though, because when your focus is on difficulty level 100 here, you have to really make sure that you can land your shots there. And at the same time, you have to worry about the cloak and daggers and the eternal bond. How do you want to prioritize that when Mellow's terrorizing the skies?
Shroud X, they're coming off a victory. Nemesis is coming off a loss. You would have thought momentum was going one direction. No, it's going the other. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got match number 3 coming up with these two teams after this break.
Look who just showed up.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside back to you. Ready to unleash it anger. Pumping your fries, raising resistance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to what could be the end. The break is over, and Shroud X's hopes might be over as well as we look into what is going to be match number 3. And Vicky, for me at least, and I know it's not always the game plan you had heading in, right? They need to make Melo's Human Torch go into Human Toast, or it's going to be done for them.
Maybe a priority ban out here too, because the torch is just getting away way too much. But also, Amadian had their own pop-off moment in that last game. Like, there's a big highlight over Amadian's head, because on that Ultron, you combine that with the torch. It's a lot. It's a lot to have to deal with there too. And I know that we keep like talking about the Vanguards here from Shroud X, but this is hard to deal with. Like, if you're Dogman trying to land these meteors on flying targets, like, it's not the easiest too, but at the same time, you know, it's the last 2 maps that we've been seeing between Dogman and Impunity that have been the roughest I've seen these 2 players on thus far.
Yeah, unfortunately, some ults, you know, you're going to set up in front of everybody, and if you miss, it's going to be obvious, and we've got about all 7 of those. I mean, looking at it, I think Melo only got eliminated 3 times that last match, and so they're getting rid of that Punisher early. They're getting rid of the Wolverine. They've definitely done their homework, as we are at 0 Shroud X, 2 Nemesis, but fate could change on a whim and quickly here for these top teams. We'll see if Nemesis can punch their ticket to the grand finals, as Shroud X is picking their map for match 3, and we head into the action of the pick and ban phase. Vicky.
You know already, with Team Nemesis losing in a clean 2-0 versus Sentinels, they want their run back, they want their revenge, and they've changed up a lot too. Looking very good after their previous run-in with Shroud X, now making those adjustments. Not only did they win on Dom, where I feel like that game mode really does favor Shroud X, but here they are now back-to-back with just 1 game away from moving on into the grand finals, and we get the protection on Emma Frost from both sides, or rather the ban from Emma Frost on both sides.
Yeah, no Emma this time for Scatter. And funny enough, when Nemesis played Shroud X on this map last time, they cleaned up shop. But then Shroud X had their historic crazy win against Nightmare on this, so they also feel confident in what they can do at Clintar here. So we're going to see who can get the best of both, but already starting off with a different strategy, getting rid of Emma right away.
And I think this is a good move here too if you're Shroud X, because we keep talking about the Vanguards are not being enabled, and I really do feel like Scatter specifically has been a problem on that Emma Frost.
And again, keep in mind, guys, as these teams are matching up, this is all to go into the playoffs. They're going to be playing these teams again many a time. So just figuring out what makes these teams click, their flexibility, what that consists of. There's so much to keep track of, not only when you're watching Rivals, but behind the scenes here for these pro orgs, as we've got Punisher shut down yet again. I know Vision is punching drywall somewhere. He wanted that Punisher, but he does not get him this time around, and they're going to look to shut down triple rest. No, there it is. Finally, the torch ban.
I was gonna say, punching, I can't deal with Torch. I have to stay on the Namor. It's so difficult when that's really like the only option you have to work around, together with taking advantage of the Hulk too. So that takes up a slot for Vanguard, as we see the protection onto the Loki.
Yeah, so, you know, in turn, with the Torch ban, you're going to be opening up the strategist play a bit more for Team Nemesis. But again, either way, they had to change something up. They're not letting the Torch go on their side. Look at the triple duelist ban from Nemesis. So tough to deal with. A lot of their favorite picks, right? They know the flexibility of Shroud X with Vision and Doom, and they're comfortable putting them to those heroes.
Dude, the triple duelist ban, they're like, all right, we're gonna enable Melo as much as we possibly can. And I understand here too, whether it be on the Psylocke or the Torch, still having that impact. If we finalize our safe picks and our bans here for our possible last game of the day.
Yeah, it has been just 2 games of best of 5, but it's felt like some of the most chaos that we've seen in Ignite so far. Teams locking in, getting ready. Doom, no surprise, going on that Psylocke. We've seen what he can do in the backline. Impunity now flexing over to the Magneto. We did see some Magneto play from him. Again, I'm glad he's switching it up too. I think that is going to be needed here as we look at Dogman floated the penny, showing what he was, you know, talking about in those interviews. But it's got to be all seriousness for Shroud X if they don't want to make an early exit.
And we're moving on to convergence here too, and seeing the track record, how that's going to work out here. It's going to be interesting. Team Nemesis is already having that lead. I feel like both these teams pretty even when it comes to the way that they approach convergence. So it's going to be interesting to see how they take this, because I believe actually Team Nemesis, they won on game 2 on convergence, specifically in Clintar in that 2-1 situation.
Quickly too, very quickly. Nemesis got the first point before I could even understand the team comps and lineup as the caster back here. I mean, and they're going to look to do it again. They want to make Shroud X and just get them out of this thing. But we look at the defense effort from Shroud X. We do have that Penny Parker gameplay. We've highlighted it before. You get to see it again, folks. And then we've got the team up Vision and Loki, but they're going to take the battle right to them. Typically, they go on the point sometimes for that separation of a wall, and here we go.
Dogman Penny is out, but the portal plays are also out here too, right through the side door, avoiding any Penny nest while they're at it. And now we're going to be able to take this much more roundabout high ground positioning.
Yeah, I like the high ground, right? Having the high ground is huge, and having that portal to not worry about the bottom is awesome, as Doom now just trying to get that poke damage early. And look at Strange going down fast. They're trying to focus Scatter and see if they can get this early pick on the Vanguard, but they do force out the cloak bubble. Huge cooldown. They've got to capitalize that as we have Punisher and Median now pushing in.
Oh my goodness. Amadian delivering exactly to what you asked for, Cozy. You move up, deny that as Dinks has that on cooldown. Now, or rather, Dinks now on the other side looking at to help out Amadian, trying to get up on the high ground. As you can see, Dogman literally flying around over to the side, slowly taking over this point. Team Nemesis, Shroud just looking to try to contest at least one towing line.
This is exactly what we saw last time from Nemesis. It was so bold of Shroud X to pick the map that is definitely favored for this team, as that first cap comes very easy for this team. I mean, they're not just responding, they're recovering from what just happened.
Oh my god, and they look at the ultimates that they have. Yes, they lose out on Amadian, but the spawn is right there behind them and behind the payload here too. And they have 4 ultimates to work with, rather 3, but 4 incoming with Amadian coming back and Scattered.
And Scatter typing, I guess, to his teammates, doing a quick bathroom break. I'm not sure. Scatter on the top there, though, and he is now back in action. Quickly, maybe getting things together here for his team, as now we've got Doom looking to get that pick, but they've got all the strategist ults to deal with it. They've won that first fight. That's going to give them the ult advantage, too. All the momentum is for Nemesis right now. If you're Shroud X, you have to flip the script and change things up.
Yeah, look around. The group roll, though, too, just to follow up. And then you have the Omega Hurricane from Mellow. We're going to try to dance off here as Team Nemesis keep everyone alive. They had lost out on Fidel first, which is very unorthodox considering how Fidel has done so many times in the last incoming matches here with Team Shroud X, and now it was another team wipe. At least Shroud X, though, will be able to come in with 3 ultimates.
So rough to lose that Luna Snow with the ultimate, the early pick. Luna Snow more like Luna No, and that's not going to help them out at all. Get this, with 4 minutes, they're just easily cruising through. Clintar making it look like light work to make it to get to this grand finals.
Doom has been trying to set up for the Dance of Butterflies for so long, and guess what? You're not going to get any impact because the Internal Bond does come out, but at least that is one force out ultimate. Then you look on the other side, Fidel having the dance off here. Magneto too from Dogman to see like mixes his mark because the Magneto bubble, but the damage output with some help from Fidel, the dancing to help resustain everybody just to move up and wipe out this point. Team Nemesis now finally gets stopped with that momentum.
There we go. That is what I was expecting from Impunity. What we've seen him put on with Groot. Definitely pulled himself together there, and Groot planting that whole team like weeds in a garden. Great job.
There's a way better map, too, for Impunity to get their footing on the Groot, too. We see the portal recontest now from Scatter, who has the Eye of Agamotto, by the way, but everybody from Shroud X basically split up from the other side. Misses out on that ultimate, though. Doesn't find its mark, and Mellow then instead comes in from the Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, and they get the cap without even having to fight for it. I mean, this is just absolutely not what you want if you're Shroud X here, guys. This is for the grand finals. Let's see if they can pull it together here. Last map, last push here, as Nemesis just absolute all gas. They've got just the speed run happening here.
Literally, and it's the fact that they were able to portal directly on the point when the rest of Shroud X being on the defense were just playing way more behind, expecting them to turn that next corner. So giving them just a little bit of whiplash there once that portal came out.
Yeah, right now, Median on Punisher is just going absolute crazy and just making that graveyard, not clearing space, but quite literally giving them all the room that they need to push forward. You've got Vision here with the crows to throw down. We'll see when the Goddess of Death comes up. Here's Impunity, though, with the group hug. Can they get something out of this? Right now, great blocking from Scatter. Everybody's playing at their A game, but Doom does get that elimination on a Median. That's going to open things up and force some ults.
That scatter shield, though, before coming in from the skies, does find that one stun here onto Impunity, and Vision takes the skies as the goddess of death. Dogman is the next to get stunned just temporarily, and the Eternal Bond now coming in from Dinks to pave the path here for the rest of Nemesis. The dance up now is from Fidel, just with the fate of both worlds, just to help the re-engage here once Impunity just come back here, too.
Yeah, just able to completely ignore that Goddess of Death up above. Still clear out immunity. Doom, though, again, getting that pick on Amadian and the Luna. Getting Luna down. Huge pick from Doom coming at the right time. Can they get Crazy Man? Yes, they do. 3 minutes on the clock is going to be a long hold, but Nightmare nearly did it to Shroud X. Can they do it to Nemesis?
Well, Craze with the Strangling Prison did not find it smart, so you utilize that one ultimate Ricky had used to the fate of both worlds here, but at least you're coming back with the Median, having that Judgment and Mellow too with that Wolverine last stand.
Absolutely, here teams regathering up here in Nemesis. They've got the Final Judgment. They've got Berserker Rage, 2 ultimates in itself that can get a full team wipe. This is going to have to be, again, a legendary defense coming from Shroud X. They don't have Dogman's ult to counter this. Impunity, far from his. Nuck does not have theirs available. This is going to be a tough thing to do. If I'm Nemesis, Vicky, I'm pushing fast here.
Yeah, if Doom's at least trying to split some of the attention because they don't have that retaliation here if you're Shroud X. No support ultimate to try to counter this from Amadian, other than just trying to kite away and get out of his line of sight. But then this just gives them free reign over the point to get even more momentum to get this payload to the finish line.
Yeah, exactly. We just saw the 2 duelists. That's all they need to get done. Nuck finally getting that show on to stall things up. It could be a little too late. With 1:59, we have the Eternal Bond and the response from the other team. Now, here's the deal, though. Shroud X, they can snowball. They can avalanche these ultimates. They're coming online now, too. We've got the Goddess of Death going up with Vision here any moment as we speak. Impunity throwing it out. They're all grouped together. The show's on, but they say not. It's off. The point's to them.
0, 2, 3.
They got off the point, and that was even with the fate of both worlds just trying to recontest. But I have to say, Craze has been crazy on this group. Those group wall placements right there by the spawn room doors, just trying to isolate the entirety of the opposing team.
Yeah, that was nuts. I mean, just absolute devastating to have all the ults just come online, ready to rain down. No one there, though, on the point. And with that, it looks like the mere hope of Shroud X even getting a game off Nemesis, which, gotta highlight, Nemesis just cleaned up every piece of their game since that first game to Shroud X and then to Sentinels. Insane job here. We're gonna see if Shroud X can go on an offense of a lifetime here.
Looking at the stats too, across the board, if you look at Team Nemesis, just the final hits are landing. Amadian has been on fire, even in that last game that we just saw too. Well, we saw him flying around on the Ultron here. But looking at the way that the strategists have just been able to stay alive, aside from Fidel here with those 3 deaths, looking at Ricky, who's been on fire, putting out the output with the BRB here, or rather just on the rocket for right now before making the swap. But we saw that in the last map, just the output that we're currently seeing from Ricky, whether it be on the rocket or the Luna Snow, has been amazing.
Yeah, we also saw with Envy versus FlyQuest, the team that bans Wolverine, the team that keeps it, you can make it a one-sided battle at times, and Mello showcasing just that on Logan. However, it's just questioning, they didn't have their ults ready, yet they pushed up towards that Punisher and Wolverine ult on that last point. I don't understand that. Obviously, it wasn't going to be that big of a difference, but when you're throwing up a purple bubble on the Final Judgment, not a lot going to keep Frank Castle down. Here we go, though. Even with a legendary offensive effort, they're only going to mirror match Nemesis, but they got to get it done here.
QB to be safe here instead. Doomed already trying to get into position. Slowly trying to backcap, though. It's going to force Team Nemesis to get away.
I'm going to get that pressure. I always like that for Psylocke. Try to get them off that high ground. Forces them naturally without, winning that fight up there. But here we go. We've got them now collapsing all at once here and building up fast and quick. And going down is Craze quickly, but going right back up with the help of Ricky and Jinx.
Watching this from Craze is giving me PTSD. These wall placements and the damage output is putting in so much pressure, but this is even better for the strategist of Shroud X because it's going to build into those ultimates even faster here. And then looking on the other side, Scatter about to have that meteor, though, just to try to contest that. Loki being the one strategist that gets their ultimate faster than any other strategist, just to try to get that copy, to get the fate of both worlds, and to keep this in contention.
Yeah, all right, good job there. They did get Craze back to their team, and they were able to get that elimination and just the infinite skill ceiling that is with Groot in pro play. But right now, Wolverine on the other side making it a bit easier for them, and Punisher. This is where it comes to the bans. Dogman going up, and unfortunately, same story, same result here. from those meteor imps.
Dogman went up, the meteor went down, and nothing here but the follow-up too from the Strangling Prison. All eyes here on Vision. Doesn't get that finishing blow, but Doomed is just doing enough here just to avoid the meteor here on the other side. Craze again comes right back, being a menace on this group.
Craze is going off right now, and an insane job at that. I mean, my goodness. Now Vision switching over to, again, that Winter Soldier, trying to get something going for this team. They're going to need it. There's only 2 minutes on the clock as they line things up. They've been under pressure. We saw it a lot in this tournament. This is by far the most they've been here. This could be the swan song of this team.
Dude, the immediate evacuating with the smoke grenade to get out, but a huge strangling prison and put them all up on the box, but no follow-up here as Impunity finds Mellow. At least they find Dude, so it's a trade for trade here. 5v5 between Shroud X and Nemesis, and Nook being able to have that God of Mischief available just as quickly, just to keep this fight going, to keep the sustainability, it looks like here, but then comes in instead, gets the copy on what's now going to be able to get the follow-up here to a Median going down, but the Winter Soldier being able to help them out, at least in that one brief moment.
That was crazy. We only seen one other Loki copy that wasn't a support. It was for Groot whenever they played on Sentinels, and now we've got the Bucky copy. And unfortunately, it was not enough as a surprise factor to get the job done. They got one pick and picked themselves. This will be the final fight here between these two teams. Potentially Shroud X now. They do have Vision, Kraken Impact online, ready to go. Impunity, though, is a mile away from that ultimate. Fidel can give them the path there with purple of internal on, but here it is. We've got the teleport coming in, and the back hits and the pressure from the Punisher portal.
Let it rain here. No one to contest other than getting out of your line of sight before they jump down from the portal to get even more aggressive. Scatter with the meteor patiently waits to block out their exit route, and even though it misses it out, Craze is right there to follow up in terms of the damage. Here comes the Eternal Bomb, the dance off here too from Ricky, just to keep Team Nemesis alive here, and then you have to deal with the Strangling Prison and the Judgment and the Bucky out from Vision. A huge quad coming in to try to save the day for Shroud X.
The Season 1 special, what we saw in the era from Vision, we've seen it from them before. We see it again, Vision with the Kraken Impact and the Groot ult to keep their hopes alive on desperate mode at this point, with now Doomed, got the Omega Hurricane ready to go. This is going to all come down to the perfect execution of ult combos. They had 5 minutes to get the job done last time against Nightmare, now only 2.5 against Nim.
And again, we go. Vision with the change-up, allowing him to have some sort of impact. The Omega Hurricane, though, forces out the Eternal Bond. Beautiful bubble just for Doom to get right back to the rest of the team here. Dogman having that meteor, all eyes on Dogman, while Mello also having that last stand with the Wolverine, looking for the opportunity to find the isolation.
Rage full as Mello's slicing and dicing. He does not need the backup. He is the backup as Dogman now trying to push forward. He's getting kidnapped. It's not looking good. He's got the ultimate Berserker, taking out Dogman in the fight early and now putting the pressure on full Snowball.
Dogman being the first one to go too, while having that ultimate available does not help stagger the situation. Instead, allows Team Nemesis to just replant their feet on this defense, hold out this next choke, because this group from Craze has been crazy.
This is it. This is your hopes. This is your prayers to continue to the grand finals as Craze is throwing down the tray. Absolute crazy Vanguard play here. We do have one ult with him. They can combine that with the Meteorium if they want to go that route. Nook, though, does have the ult to keep them alive somewhat. We got the Kraken Impact online. Impunity's going to follow. We're going to see if they can do the same thing, but Nemesis knows it's coming.
They have all the tools available to them. Oh my goodness, just brings them back with the grapple. The Bucky helping them out, then following up here too. Dogman gets enough of that damage done, but it looks like this Bucky swap up helping them out, even with the invisible barrier being used up here.
Dong, he got it. He nailed it. He got the meteor in there on Cloak, and that was what we're on the 1 and 8 now or whatever it might be. But great job there, though. Getting aside, and good job for the team not using a lot of their resources. With only 42 seconds, they needed to hit that fight with perfection, and they still have the Kraken Impact combo with the group hug of Groot. They've got to nail this.
say group hub. Very deadly hug that is here. That could wipe out the whole team, depending how they're going to try to navigate through this. Already so low, Magneto. He gets reset, though, with the Fatal Bolt Worlds. Sends him all the way down the Strangling Prison. Here you go with the Wombo combo. Still finds it smart. Gets the reset here. Make it 2, perhaps, instead. With Dinks going down, that means you won't have the Eternal Bond instead. Punisher now activates the ult instead, going in from the back end. But you have to look in 2 different directions, because then you also have to deal with the Omega Hurricane.
Vision gets that reset yet again. He's get the 3rd. Can he make it 4? Can he put this team on his back? He's going to go for the 4th. There it is, folks. Vision trying to get the show done here as Winter Soldier and pushing through. My goodness.
Again, with every help from the rest of Shroud X, they're narrowing their way into that 2nd checkpoint. But Team Nemesis are looking to re-engage here with the portal.
That's exactly what happened last time with Nightmares. We have the portal come through, but this time Nemesis has all the momentum heading into it. We've got the Berserker Rage going up. It can do its job just in itself. Delta with the pick on Luna.
That's a huge first pick here, too. Dogman, Meteor ready to go. Looks to see if they can find the mark until Median. The problem off of the Punisher. No shield can save you there when you're out of position. Big pick off here for Dogman. It's happening here as Vision gets the next pick. Dogman with the patience, 1 by 1 as they fall.
Ooh, unfortunately, the great job at this point. The shield's up. They should have capped. That's a bummer, but obviously everything on the line, you got to get it there. Dogman, though, he's got 2 in a row with big risk come big reward. Great job there, keeping the hopes alive. There's a minute left, but they used a lot of resources. But guess what's back, Vic? Kraken Impact. Impunity's halfway.
It gets back so fast, and he got the reset, what, 5 times, 6 times, I believe, here, too. So just being able to look at the impact that's going to have here moving forward. Dogman already creating some of that space together with Impunity.
This is crazy. They're putting everything left in them in this tournament for the group stage here as the aggression is going for both teams on maximum. Final Judgment very close. We've got the show to open that up. We've got the Meteor as well for scatter. Everything's ready for these teams. Omega Hurricane is trying to bait out this show. They're going to wait 1 tick, 2 ticks. There it is. On it goes. And they can fold this up with the Kraken Impact.
Fidel here also has the invisible boundary, though, to keep everyone alive right through Grace's strangling prison. Instead, now they have to deal with the Kraken from Vision. It was a follow-up here, the retaliation from Shroud X, putting everybody in the shish kebab, and even with the Omega Hurricane coming in from Mellow, you have to consider the again and again moment as they fall here. Shroud X are looking unstoppable.
More colors than I've seen at Ultra Fest. My goodness, it was an orchestra of destruction. Every instrument just set to loud as they did the job there on the upper half, but they have to close out one more battle. Guess what? Resources are low. Nemesis has most of what they need to get the job done.
It's close. It's all or nothing for Team Nemesis right now. Overtime now taking away. Dogmans has that Meteor. Nook as well with the God of Mischief here. The invisible boundary. The Magneto ult as Amadian here with the Judgment just terrorizes right through these group walls, but no one can find their shots as they completely cut away.
Oh, Impunity in the ult. They needed that so desperately as everything is for the last chance. But they got 3, make it 4. Dude, coming in time with the Omega Hurricane for ages.
This is a crazy. Looks behind them. Only 1 left, but nobody to contest here. They get it to the finish line when everything looked grim here.
Oh my gosh, the skies, they opened up, the scoreboard followed. I can't believe Doom was able to get the 4-piece after the Impunity elimination. But guys, that was just to keep them alive. Nemesis has 2 minutes and 46 seconds. They like to make things interesting, though. That was crazy.
That was such an insane effort put out by Shroud X. Like, they definitely had a few extra gray hairs after that one because, I mean, if we're sweating out here looking at what is happening right here between Doomed Vision on the buggy, like, this is insane counterplay to deal with the problems that have been in the sky. I was wondering if we were going to see that Bucky after we saw the Punisher getting banned again, which further indicates the need that Team Nemesis likes to lean into for these flyers.
I can't. These duelists are trying to do everything they can to keep things going. Nemesis has all gas, no brakes, but that storm ult just, I mean, it hit harder than any weather forecast could ever prepare you for. Absolute heat there. And we've got now, first up on the keeping things alive here for Shroud X. First of all, just looking at the damage output for these teams, Vision 22, most of those coming off Kraken Impact, Insanity, and just the spread of the load of love down there. Look at those strategist numbers, Dinks and Ricky, my God.
The battle starts in 5,
I just have to say that Vision and Doomed right now too are just holding it down. Healing output, like you mentioned too, just been on a different level. Ricky getting picked off first maybe 2 times in that last round, but Vision coming out now, looking to see what to do, closing in this distance and coming out with that Bucky.
Yeah, Shroud X now, they get to open up, right? And I've been in the matches where you can make just that overtime, tick all the way to the last point. If you believe, point to the sign and say it as they take this left hallway here. Doomed looking to get that early elim and pressure here as Psylocke. This is going to be a very tough point take. They know exactly what they need to do. Get these ults charged up. Vision now up to 60% though.
Oh, that was a big first pick. And the wall too to just isolate. Now the Omega Hurricane from Mello boosting that up just as quick. Nook though also to answer back with the Loki ult. He's going to be able to get the Eternal Bond. Fidel's going to be able to follow up here. Going to be able to find 3 onto Team Nemesis. And they have less than 10 seconds out on the clock. And Shroud X are taking this point.
I don't know whether to clap cast. I can't handle it. Just incredible play. Dogman getting the ever so crucial picks that they wanted in the first 2 matches. It's all happening right now here on Clintar. Either way, great job to get this point with 1 minute. Now, how far can you push it? You use resources to get there, but not that many. You've got the Kraken Impact. You've got the Internal Bond. It's all gas right now.
You have to stay on the point. Overtime ticking away with no time left in the time make. It's one big ultimate that to clear things out here. And Amadian has got that judgment. Dinks now also with the Eternal Bond. That's going to be answered by Fidel too to just closing the gap here. And Vision does have that Kraken. Let's see how many again and again do we go. As Impunity with the Wobble Combo comes in with the Strangling Prison. But here comes a Meteor for Meteor. Dogman looking up though. And Nemesis being able to find 2 off the big Meteor off the Dogman straight to his face to then find Impunity. They wipe out the point.
At nearly the exact same spot as yesterday that Scatter accidentally pressed his Meteor M. He lands the triple hit there to seal that deal. But either way, if you're Shroud X, what you need to do is hold this point for 2 minutes and 46 seconds. That's a tall task. But my gosh, are these teams put on a show for what could be the last match.
The way that they've been able to cycle through these ultimates though and through these Groot walls too with these meteors, what a performance thus far. Man, we also saw the Kraken Impact attempt too. Combine that with the Strangling Prison, the combo that you were mentioning before, but the survivability from Nemesis between Ricky and Dinks has just been on another level.
Yeah, I mean, Dogman countered that Punisher ultimate enough, right? Didn't get the connection on the Meteor M, but it was that Kraken Impact. If they could have landed and kept that going, we could, we just saw what it did last time. It gives them all that extra push, and then it's a whole different story at this point where that 2 minutes don't matter anymore, right? I mean, 2 minutes is a lifetime here on this first point. But absolute just clutchness in the genes for Nemesis here as we head into the defensive effort of Shroud X.
Look at Vision's final hits, by the way. 22 final hits compared to the rest of this lobby. 43,000 damage. And that's with Vision trying everything to find what works here for the rest of this team.
Yeah, and Impunity going from 0 final hits on the map before to 14 now on Groot. The tree is back, folks, but it might be too little too late. They're bringing the battle right to him last time. They put the portal on the low ground. They took the high ground, and they're going to look to do the same thing. I mean, you're expecting it if you're them, and they know it at this point. Here they go. Up, down, blocking. Oh, they left a little room, though, for space.
Okay, before slowly approaching from the high ground here too. Shroud X just gonna try to contest him on the other side of the point. Instead, on this defense here, Scroot Wall's coming back up. Impunity trying to play around them while also looking over to the other side between Mello and Doom, just trying to prevent the turret setup as well onto Amadian, but they're slowly starting to get the point. They've already reached the first checkpoint here too.
It's a dogfight right now between the two storms right now. The cat, it's getting close to that cap. They don't care. They're going to let it go as much as they can here. But Scatter getting the first of it up too. And that's a huge pick to open things up. Vision now just trying to stay alive. Impunity goes down. And this has happened now 3 times for Shroud X. They cannot stop Nemesis's just offense approach on this map.
This is Doom playing so far back once Team Nemesis has wrapped around on that portal. Couldn't find the mark onto Amadian. Yes, you prevent the turret setup. But in this case too, everyone's playing such a split game. And now a huge stagger, unfortunately, onto Vision.
This is the exact opposite. You needed just a little bit of a longer hold there. Instead now, the direct opposite result. But they do get to jump in here. They have enough. They do have some gas in the tank. Vision able to hop in that portal, get that Kraken Impact. They can get the snowball they need. There's 2 meters on the point there, Vicky.
But they lose it on Talkman, who goes down with the meteor, and that's with Dinks already in the Eternal. Bond would have been crucial here. Invisible boundaries are gonna be enough, though. The burst damage from a Maiden, having that judgment is just too much, and then you have the Groot strangling Prince and no one to stop them. Team Nemesis, they reverse the situation and they take it home.
Nemesis dropping the ults like Avengers, dropping into New York, getting the job done, full send, no fear. And with that effort, they push themselves into the grand finals of a confident 3-0 against Shroud X.
Wow, how tight of a game. Despite it being a 3-0, that last game specifically was the cherry on top for us.
Yeah, I mean, too little, too late for Shroud X, unfortunately, making their, like I said, Shroud exit now as Nemesis's hands, looking at the clock and looking at the stats here of the effort. 47K, just Vision doing every single Super Saiyan form he had left in him to do some carrying, but it was, again, just not enough. But looking down at the bottom at the victors, Craze, Amadian, Mello just popping off. Scatter went crazy on that match as well. And 100, look at the healing from all the teams. I mean, that is just insanity.
They were working overtime, clocked in for that 9 to 5 strategist, just backline support here, and they delivered. Ricky too out here, always with topping a lot of these healing outputs, 68K in favor for them specifically. But you mentioned Scatter. I really liked how Scatter played there. Craze though, with the Groot, was on another level in controlling that space, and it's so good specifically for Clintar.
Yeah, and listen, Nemesis, they've been trying to prove that they belong up there with the top seeds in America. They've had a lot of talk behind them, and right now, they just showed it with ease. They belong at the top of conversation with that performance. Not just getting into the grand finals, but getting in there with dominance and confidence and really looking completely polished against this whole matchup against Shroud X in what was a coin flip in the upper bracket.
And giving congratulations to what Shroud X has been able to achieve thus far in this bracket, right? They were able to 2-0 Techie originally. They lost in that first meetup versus Team Nemesis and then had to make the climb from the lower bracket quarterfinals through Nightmare in a very close series, through Techie in the run back, and now here this time around, all the way to game number 3, round 5 situation for the immediate turnaround after making the adjustment that they needed, whether it be on the Bucky out here too, Impunity on the Doctor Strange, or even the Magneto changes too.
Yeah, without question. I mean, yeah, and listen, I know that was on the losing team, but I'm so glad we got to see this highlight one last time. Absolute chaos. And after having just a near perfection of a hold, just to get the troops rallied yet again and just say, hey, we know what we've done on offense on this point so many times before. Let's go out there. Let's do it again. And they did quite easily. And it was at the hands of every single person on that team, but Ricky being the MVP.
Always like to highlight our strategist right here, Ricky, once again, always putting up the numbers, 21 KOs, as well as holding a really good position. Got, I believe, picked maybe twice, first ever, though, in that entirety of that map. Still very impressive, only 9 deaths, too. And that's combined together with the wombo combos that we were witnessing with the Strangling Prisons.
Yeah, just without question, the perfection of play there. And Amadian has just proved, too, Mello getting a lot of the spotlight, but Amadian just how flexible they can be as well, playing what is needed at that time, whether it's the Star-Lord and the triple, res comp and being the main threat there, those Punisher ults at the right time each and every time. This has been a tremendous performance from them, and I just can't believe this is just the group stage. So much on the line in terms of seeding and playoffs, and obviously a good chunk of money. But these teams are playing like it's for everything, and it is everything at the birth of esports, in terms of, regarding these teams, Vicky.
Yeah, they're literally creating history as we speak. That's what Marvel Rivals Ignite is all about, and it's also highlighting the teams that may have been at the top who have made their way here from previous events, but it's also the teams that get to plant their feet and stay. Making the adjustments coming out of the advanced tournament ban system that we also have in place has made it really exciting. It's really shaked up the meta, but it's also forced a lot of these players to be flexible on these different picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And Marvel Rivals, the great thing of it and esports is all teams have a rival, and I can tell you confidently now, Shroud X, their rival is Nemesis. They are the Nemesis of them, and at this point, you try to look forward. You've got the playoffs, your seeding, you can reset, reload, but Nemesis, all eyes are on tomorrow as they're going to be going into the grand final, and we've got a wonderful Nemesis interview coming up right now. It is the coach of Nemesis. I cannot wait. What's going on? Congratulations.
Hello. Thank you.
I mean, just what a map. You know, you guys have faced off before in the upper bracket. It was one of the tightest games we've had in this tournament, but this was just a different feeling and a different team. I got to ask for you, were you surprised that they just did not get the fire extinguisher out? They let Melo just run torch in the sky the first couple of games?
I don't know. They had the blueprint yesterday, full prep for it, and they still chose the wrong answer. I don't know. They had 4 tries. 4 tries, 0. It was bad. Disappointed.
Dude, like that was not only the problem to Amadian, like also terrorizing like the skies with Ultron. You guys had it all planned out. I have to ask, when you guys were able to take out Shroud X in the upper bracket semis, were you worried with the way that they were performing and playing more games than you guys coming out of that lower bracket when they had to reface you guys again, or did you already know that it was going to be lights after you guys already beat them?
I thought it would be more of a factor than it was. I mean, once we lost the Sentinels, we knew that like we're gonna lock in for Shroud, and we're getting our rematch with Sentinels tomorrow. Like, we knew that was gonna happen. We just didn't think it was gonna be a 3-0. I mean, this is crazy. They just got folded.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting the first results of FlyQuest and Envy, and even more so the 3-0 here with you guys. I want to ask though, it was only a day ago, and now we're a day forward. What you happened with Sentinels, and now you get your revenge game against them. What's the difference even a day can make against them as a team and as the morale?
It's flexibility. It's focusing on what we're good at, but expanding like what we can do. You know, we're trying to stop being one-dimensional. I don't know if you saw in our ban phase today, it was very much a targeted ban phase on the DPS line, because we know what we can get them in. So it's just a matter of making that not happen to us. Stay flexible, know what we want to do.
I love that you highlight the way that you've had gone through with your ban and your safety picks here too. But now after facing off against Sentinels without revealing too much, you guys have made those adjustments, and I feel like Amadian has been like the professional ditto on your team. Literally could flex into what you ask Amadian to do. Can you talk a little bit about how the comms? It's crazy. He's very flexible. It's crucial with this ban system that we have in place. That's what we keep highlighting. But do you have any sort of guidance here on how the comms sound for Nemesis when you get to take a look at what they need to fix and what you hear when you listen to the comms? How do the comms sound like?
Our comms are Scatter, Genji, and Ricky carrying the weight, and then Krasmang, he's there sometimes. Amadian, I mean, he's a ghost in the VC. Melo, he just complains when he dies. Let's see, who else? Dinks, I mean, if there's ever an idea, if you ever see us in for any reason, it's probably a Dinks plan. Somehow, some way, he's involved.
Okay, now that we have you, I have to know, this is from yesterday's game, but when Scatter had that ult from Magneto out of nowhere, what was those comms like? I know he was nothing but quiet there.
I don't think the VC's ever been quieter. I mean, that whole match was a jump scare. First we see Black Panther, now Scatter Genji's mag ulting air. I mean, you see that dunk though? He slammed nothing, but it was fire.
What an answer, man. I've got to ask, what is one word to define this? I feel like all teams going into this, like we knew kind of how they were going to fare out, but Nemesis was this big question mark always. Like, where does this team land? What's one word that defines this team? Can I say it on stream even? Like, what is y'all's motto? Who are you guys?
I think the safe answer is friendship. It's power of friendship. We've all known each other forever. It's just the boys just running it down mid. But we were Shikigami before. The slingshot, once we lost yesterday, the slingshot was in motion. The win was coming today. So, you know the drill.
We've seen it once, and we've seen it again, and you guys continue, to put on a show, and it's going to be great to see you. I mean, either way, you made it into the grand finals. You're going to be able to have good seating. We're excited for you guys. We're going to be, cheering on you guys as you go against a great team in Sentinels. The two teams trying to earn their flowers more. Go celebrate, though, with the power of friendship with the boys. Enjoy the win, and I appreciate you so much, man. You've been a great time.
Go FlyQuest.
Yeah! Instant. Love it, man. Thank you so much. And to get the interview that way. Way to go, man. Way to go. Instant with a go FlyQuest. Oh man. What a way. Man, I'm a fan of the coach of Nemesis at this point. What a great the comms never being quieter. That's it, man.
Dude, Ryan Guy also, like, he just gave us perspective to how every role behaves whenever they're, like, in shambles, right? Like, usually DPS complaining, like, why did they die when they're getting pocketed too? Just the quiet comms after, like, a missed meteor. I feel like that was just cinema right there. It's good vibes all around, but I think it's even better to focus on how you all have moments where you don't have the best days in your own gameplay, and instead of reflecting back on it, GG, go next. You gotta keep running it down, like what Ryan Guy said.
Yeah, they called the slingshot Shikigami back in MRI. They lost so many games, and then they used that to pull back and shoot forward into the hands of victory. So much so, Nemesis picking them up and making it now a reality to be playing in the grand finals on the biggest stage so far for Marvel Rivals. We've got one Vicky, one rematch between the teams of Sentinels and Nemesis, and one that people thought might be a rematch, but it's not, of 100 Thieves now versus FlyQuest. Today's results, we've got FlyQuest 3-1. If you missed that action, go back. It was a banger. And Shroud X Vicky 0-3. No one was expecting.
Yeah, even the coach said it themselves. You know, you had so many opportunities to take away from what we had last played, and then it's a best of 5 situation, but no changes to what was ringing from the skies, the torch here, as Team Nemesis get to move on to face off against Sentinels in the grand finals.
Yeah, listen, guys, 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, it's what we saw in the MRI, and the action is back, and that one was so close. Guys, we have 2 best of 5s heading up here, and just absolute cinema as these matches are going to come to a close tomorrow with I Run Shib and Dogman. Both these are just going to heat up. Absolute cinema here, and 100 Thieves, and they keep that momentum going. FlyQuest, they've been the dream and have won so much to get through this, but they are not done yet, Vicky.
It's going to be a mountain to climb for FlyQuest, but that's definitely going to be something you don't want to miss, because this is a team that was sent down to that lower bracket in the very beginning of the tournament and have now climbed their way to the very end. All banger matches coming to you guys soon.
Yeah, now we get to the big bucks in the finishing here, and this is, you know, going to be the end for Vicky and I in the group stage, but it has been nothing but an absolute blast, especially within this lower bracket chaos, as now, again, we look forward to the playoffs. What you might be asking, when are those? Oh my gosh, it's next week. We've got a lot coming right at you, and these teams, they're hot, they're ready, and they're starting to learn each other a lot more. I think there's so much that all of these teams can take away, especially the ones that have left, what they need to fix, what they need to change, who do they need to pick up. And I think a lot of that comes in terms of flexibility, but also game plans, Vicky. We saw the game plan in the Nemesis. They knew what they were doing going into Shroud X.
It's being familiar now with these different players that I've been exposed to myself, and it's been so enjoyable to see how this ban system has come into play to force out this flexibility, to force out different comps, and it makes me want to try something new here and within my own ranked play once I play Marvel Rivals.
Without question. I just cannot wait to be talking to some of the players this week, and we've had the team together to get, you know, some of just the results and what our thoughts are. We had power rankings out there early, and a lot of it is kind of fleshing out to what we thought it would be. I want to say, if you guys have been watching some of it, all of it, you've been here for the entire group stage. Thank you guys so much for just witnessing some of the most chaotic matches today. Again, I'm Cozy. I'm joined over here by Vicky. Vicky, it's been a pleasure.
It's been amazing. I'm so happy I get to cast these insane matches alongside you, Cozy, and I cannot wait to see the rest of the action tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm drinking about 100 teas to get this, to get my voice back, guys. But thank you so much. And as always, guys, have a good one. Have a great one. Good luck out there, and happy rivaling.
쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸